I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I am David Sponheim, and today is Truth Tuesday. That's right, Truth Tuesday, dedicated to finding the truth amidst all the lies. We have a lot of people, disinformation artists out there, who are pitching lies left and right. Alex Jones being the number one person who does controlled opposition. He's paid $20 million a year. He does it not for the vitamin sales. He does it because he's working for government operations. I'm pretty sure he's a CIA agent. Alex Jones has been protected all these years and is out there pitching, in some cases, the truth, but making it sound crazy. And it's giving the truth a bad name. We got other people who think that they're the harbinger of truth and now somehow believe that their way is the only way. Yet another billionaire wants to profit from the White House like Donald Trump, and he's put his name out there that he wants to run, Howard Schultz. And he is bound to be a Democratic problem because he is very, very kind and likes LGBTQ people. He wants more transgenders, not less. He's willing to pay people to become a transgender if they are working at Starbucks. It's an expensive operation to have your penis cut off or to have one installed, and he believes that's the way of the future. I'm sorry, but we could lose the LGBTQ vote and not worry one bit. The Democrats can keep it. He can have them. It doesn't matter. I don't need the LGBTQ vote. I want everyone to know that I am not going to discriminate against transgenders in the military. They can keep their job. They can certainly be protected to get U.S. government jobs. But I'm not about to tell mom and pop stores in America that they have to hire a quota of trannies in order to, be legally allowed to operate. That's not going to happen. So I want everyone to know that I'm fair, but I'm not going to cater to a special interest group of deviants. Now, I'm going on a line here saying they're deviant, but it is a 5% of the population that is gay, gay or transgender. We have to understand that we cannot cater to that level of our society. The Democrats can. He can. He's also strong on the right to bear arms, which is going to clash with the Democrats who are LGBTQ. A lot of them don't want to have weapons. They want us to all be disarmed. Well, I stand for the people in America who want to hold on to their weapons and support their right to bear arms against criminals. I support what he supports. But do I want people to have an open carry day where they go out into every restaurant in America carrying a weapon? I don't think that's necessary. This man grandstanded in front of the American people a couple years ago when he put that out there. I had 14-year-old guys driving around in their bikes with 357 Magnums out of the back of their shirt. It was unbelievable. Remember that day? I couldn't believe how many people were rocking around at Starbucks with an open carry with their 44 Magnum. It was bizarre. So this is a little bit weird coming out of a man who wanted to do that. And plus, I got to ask you, Howard, how come you haven't put a toaster oven in one single Starbucks in the entire country? I mean, how many people go in there feeling like it's some sort of a coffee emporium with not a cent of baked goods in it? And then you look at the frozen rack on the counter and you go, what the hell, is that like plastic food? I would recommend if he wants to make more money, get some scones in there and offer them to all of his customers and put them in a toaster oven. That would be a creative thing. This guy doesn't seem to have creativity. Okay, moving on. Oh, wait a second. He was just like completely smacked down by the View. Let's take a look at this.
Here yesterday for saying he's seriously considering running for president as an independent. And he's here to tell us right now why he wants to do that. Please welcome author of the new book, From the Ground Up, Howard Schultz.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I think many of us are asking ourselves, is what kind of country do we want to live in?
Well, we want to live in a country that is not dominated by billionaires who live on a ivory tower of limousines, and we don't need another Trump. That's my position. But I'll play this video for us in our video hour tonight. Yeah, from The View. Thank you. I don't know if we can handle another billionaire after seeing this one profit from the White House and probably get impeached in the House. I'm more than willing to see an average American help the country at this point, not some coddled billionaire. This is the thing. When somebody censors somebody like I'm being censored at Vaughn, he's keeping a tide of millions of people from getting into the chat room. He himself admitted to IP banning 350 million people, or 350 million IPs, VPN IPs. Yes, I did support the assault weapons ban in 2009. By 2010, we changed it. We altered it. My original position was actually very concerned about dangerous weapons being in the hands of criminals. And after I talked to this is where I grew from, more right than I have ever been. After talking to a lot of gun rights supporters, I have realized that not only was I wrong there, but I've also been wrong in my position on verification. I can't force verification on any of you, nor would I ask you to register your weapons. At this point, I'm only looking for a robust NICS way of checking on people in a voluntary fashion. Because right now, a lot of gun stores have to call in the FBI. It takes about 15 minutes, and a human answers the phone. We can streamline that and save a lot of money. That's what I'm hoping for. Making it a little safer for people to sell and buy guns. But not like the Democrats, believe me, and certainly not like some of the more liberal people like Beto O'Rourke. He wants to pitch gun control in Texas. Good luck, buddy. I don't think that's going to roll very well. No, I don't believe it should be the law, because registration costs our government time and energy to register every one of them. I want less government. I want more effective government. I want a lean, mean running machine government, not one with top-heavy salaries left and right. We exposed recently that the average military salary is $130,000. That doesn't make sense. With 2.05 million people in our military, the amount of money we're putting out, the average is $130,000. That's not right. There's something very wrong. We've got people tapping into our funding at the military. Huge draws. When Donald Trump affirmed a $716 billion budget for the military and Barack Obama affirmed a $692 billion budget for the military when he reinforced National Defense Authorization Act, NDA 2012, that was over the top. I mean, our military budget should be under $500 billion, not over $700 like Trump is right now. So there's siphoning going on left and right in our government. And the Democrats, Republicans are not going to articulate these problems. They don't even look at the budget. I've asked Democrats in my local area, do you know anything about the budget? I've even asked the Director of Transportation in Washington if she knew about the amount of money that the pension plan for the ferry department is making. She had no clue. And I said, do you know that the government gives us $5 million a year for the ferries? She had no idea. The Director of Transportation had no idea that they got $5 million in their budget from the U.S. federal government. It's like they don't even know what they're doing. I'm telling you, we've got a bunch of imbeciles in the Democratic Republican Party running our government into the ground. Now, if you wondered how would we survive this far? Because all we do is borrow money to pay these scumbags to sit there and butter everybody up who gets them reelected. No, I'm not in favor of any gun registration at all. I've taken a hardcore position. I support gun rights, not registration, and I don't even want verification unless it's voluntary. Thank you. I want to win the support of Republicans because I don't think they're going to get that solid promise from people like Donald Trump, who already said, oh, first we take the guns and then we'll do the due process regarding PTSD, people being allowed to carry a weapon. We need to get smart now. We can't just fall for BS. This country needs good, honest, centrist politics, and that's why I'm here. And I want you and the right to know that this is exactly why I've been doing this for 10 years, so that I change my views. And I've even gotten a little bit more soft on pro-choice. I believe in a first trimester law that will prevent unwanted abortions taking place, hurting babies in a terrible way. What New York did last week, allowing abortions up till the day of birth, is absolutely inhumane. It's insane. First trimester abortions would be safer and more humane in that the child doesn't even have pain centers at that point. Their cerebrum hasn't even formed. So, I mean, I don't want to hurt a baby either, but I mean, there are a lot of people that would be criminals right now if we hadn't instigated Roe v. Wade in 1973. We'd have a 45% higher crime rate. That's what the statistic shows. And we'd have 65 million more people in our country without a job. So let's not kid ourselves. If it works, why fix it? But yes, modifications like that so that we minimize the suffering, that makes sense to me. You want school prayer? I'm willing to accept school meditation periods. I'm more than willing to, look at a 2-minute period in the morning for all the kids to settle down and do meditation. If you have children that want to pray, they can pray to themselves. They can use the Lord's Prayer in that 2-minute time and, recite it over and over again at home so they know what they're saying. I'm not in favor of anything but a meditation period. But you see how there's compromise points that we can all agree on? Even atheists could go, oh yeah, meditation time. Sure, whatever. It's perfectly acceptable what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to find a pathway where we can all in the middle agree on a plan that'll kind of work for everybody. A medication period. No, meditation. Now you're talking about cooking out in the outback. Okay, we got cooking with the Deadwood stove, everybody. Many of you preppers are out there getting ready to prepare for your tough winter. And right now you are in the middle of a winter. Boy, we got the worst winter ever. So it's basically a cook stove. You can throw some sticks in and make a burger on a skillet. Well, I'll be darned. Thank you so much. And what's the net price of this puppy on the Deadwood stove? I want to see price. I don't see price. Frequently asked questions. What's the price? All right, I think we're done. Yeah, they don't have a price. So. That's important to get a price out there, don't you think, when you have a website? What are they thinking? All right, moving on to Facebook pays teens to install VPNs that spies on them. Check this out. This is a news story, and we got a bunch of news stories coming up here. Desperate for data on its competitors, Facebook has been secretly paying people to install a Facebook Research VPN that lets the company suck in all of the user's phone and web activities, similar to Facebook's Onavo Protect app that Apple banned in June and that was removed in August. Facebook sidesteps the App Store and rewards teenagers and adults to download the Research app and give it root access to network traffic in what may be a violation of Apple policies, so the social network can decrypt and analyze their phone activity. A TechCrunch investigation confirms. Wow, Facebook needs to be shut down or something. They should have been penalized for the Cambridge Analytica breach. The fact that they didn't do that is tantamount to insanity. The fact that our leaders don't even understand the internet, and the people that should be in charge, like myself, should have a much clearer contact point with Facebook, where we the people, should even have ombudsman groups at Facebook and YouTube and any of the social networks where we can get some response. Because right now you call and say, hey, why was I kicked off? Your disputes are ignored right now. Mine are. Stock market went up 51 points in a volatile day, up and down trading, topping off in the middle there. Up 51 points. All right. Thank you. Dow Jones. Fake book, right, exactly. You can build your own rocket stove, yeah. And if you like that, you can build your own rocket toilet, too. Yeah, there's a great prepper idea if you haven't considered this in the future when the world collapses due to the incredible mismanagement of the two-party system. You may want to start thinking of this as an option for a lot of your cooking needs. I'll give you a little image here to take a look at in just a second. Technology has never been more clever. Yes. Oh, here's a guy who built his home on a bicycle. That's a cute technology. But this is perhaps the best party idea I think I've ever seen. Okay, you want a barbecue, you say, hey, come on guys, we want a high-class barbecue, dress your best, come on over to the house, and take your old toilet and set it up as a grill, and put your beer in the back, and show your neighbors how classy you really are. That you don't need a vertical cook stove, you can make do with a toilet. That's right. You have never seen this, really? You haven't partied, dude. All right, moving on. Yeah, no white trash, nothing like that. Okay, Ocasio-Cortez wants to get everybody to do things for her. She's very demanding, and a lot of the Republicans are very upset that, it's just getting out of control. One Republican said the GOP lawmaker tells Ocasio, Congress isn't just eating bonbons. She wants everything to happen like right away, like the me generation, like now. The millennial me generation. Yep. He just said, hey, we're not sitting around eating bonbons. This is real. And Brookings Institute has an assessment here. Wants to raise the tax rate on high earners. The Tax Cuts and Job Acts already did. Yeah. Ever since Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the new congresswoman from New York, advocated marginal tax rates as high as 60 to 70%, critics have assailed the idea as confiscatory, total fantasy. JFK had a very progressive tax at 90%. I don't know, Daryl. I don't know where that picture was taken. 90% tax on the rich, JFK had. I mean, the Democrats would be drooling over that right now, but it wasn't sustainable. It stifled the growth of our economy. All right, you're not allowed to talk about other political candidates here. Thank you. Unless they're negative. Right. You have to, and if you want to talk about other candidates like Kamala Harris, slept her way to the top, that kind of thing, that's great. That's what I've heard in the other room. That flies fine. Joe Biden likes to touch little girls. That would be fine. Hillary Clinton as a clone, I'm good with that. Yeah, anything negative. Beto O'Rourke has a hit and run accident he doesn't want to talk about. Anything like that, that's good. Elizabeth Warren did a DNA test and found out she has half of the Native American ancestry that most white people have in their blood. That means average white people are more Native American than she is, yet she collected all the money she needed to go to Harvard and then go on to become a minority professor at Harvard. That woman needs to be charged with fraud. The fact that Trump hasn't even bothered to charge her with fraud and perjury is ridiculous. We heard that 4 times about how she makes you tighten the pants. Were you looking for a reaction? Do you think people care about your tightness in your pants? Do you think that's a big topic of our conversation here? I know many of the Democrats don't realize they weren't elected because we want amnesty. They weren't elected because we want higher costs on insurance and bigger deductibles like Obamacare. They were elected to impeach Donald Trump because Mueller certainly can't do it. He can't even take a bowel movement without sitting on the pot for about 2 years. You can imagine Robert Mueller on the toilet. My God, that must be a sight to be seen. Poor wife has to put up with that. Maybe he should just get Depends underwear and crap in his pants wherever he goes, you know? You're welcome. He hasn't done anything. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's change the subject. We don't want to talk about crap or feces or constipation. Appreciate it. Let's go more highbrow here. Take the whole show out of the toilet into the heavens. Hallelujah. 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 Yeah. Hey, does anybody want a directed energy weapon hit their house? Just dial 1-800-GET-TOASTED. That's right. They'll come to your house and burn you to a crisp. I don't talk about Obama's penis. I talk about Michelle's penis. Big difference. We're highbrow, though. You want to talk about, anyone want to talk about all the people that burned to death recently? No? Okay. Well, they're dead now. What's the point of talking about them? But they were burned to death at 3,000 degrees with directed energy weapons, but the government won't investigate this. Yeah. Kind of sad. We have more than enough evidence of this, too, but we don't have any power to get the government to do anything. We're all powerless. You know that. That's why you're here. Somehow we could have some collective power if we could just build a political movement that would, stop these pigs from killing off people and committing genocide. Yeah, it already happened. It's like old news, right? Yeah, exactly. Why bother? All right. What about the natural flow and the yin and the yang? You want to talk about that tonight? We're in Truth Tuesday. Last week, I talked about how all the censorship against me was going to come back and bite these people in their ass. Because the word in the street, in the country, and around the world is that we aren't getting a voice. The American people don't get a chance to speak up. And whenever we do, we're censored. And my life up to this point has been proof of that. For 10 years, I've been doing this daily, reaching people all around the world. And they won't give me a second of free press. Not a second. They're afraid of an honest man running for office in this sick, corrupt country we live in, with everybody sucking every Democrat and Republican's ass to get elected. You believe that half of a division is moving to Venezuela? I can't confirm that or deny it. I have no knowledge. Somebody said 5,000 troops are going down there. That's Donald Trump's only play at this point. If he were to implement his next move, coming from Hitlerian dogma, the Ashkenazi Hitlerian formula is to start a war. So if Donald Trump wants to start a war down in Venezuela, that would give him enough money for the fence, justifying his need for a fence to guard against more people coming up while he's starting a war down there. So count on him possibly starting a war down there anytime now. He's probably going to do it. It's his only move, really. Everything else is kind of sublime compared to, forcing people to die. There's nothing racist about a picture of Adolf Trump with the Nazis. He's basically in bed with the Nazis. Donald Trump has surrounded himself with Ashkenazis, just like Hitler. I think we're all a mix of the yin and the yang. Everyone in this world, if you look at Eastern philosophy, everyone in this world is a microcosm of the yin and the yang. You'll notice that sometimes your life is just sucky, and it just gets really dull and boring, and then other times it's really fun. That's the yang and the yin. But whenever somebody censors somebody as much as Mark has been censoring me, it's going to come back and haunt somebody some way, in some fashion. It's a natural way of the universe. It's crazy how people are not being open to the plight of the people of Venezuela. We need to focus on getting them food, and certainly not making an enemy of their leader like Trump is doing, now cutting off all oil purchases from Venezuela, which hurts the bottom line. This is not the way to make the situation better. It's only telling Venezuela, go ahead and join Russia and have them build a missile base there. That's what Trump is doing by cutting off oil sales with Venezuela. It all depends. Everybody has a different yang and a different yin. But the whole concept is very much at play throughout our lives. Good and bad are struggling, left and right are struggling. Good evening, Dr. Mentos. Let me open up our chat so many people can be themselves and go on cam if they so choose. Yeah, it's not unusual for people to want to cam up on our show. It goes on all the time. Just don't put out any profanity or extreme visual profanity. Obscenity, that's what we're worried about. Yeah, you can't reveal your body parts in the cam section. All right. So cold that you shouldn't talk too much or breathe. Chicago. People are freezing to death in the cities of America right now, and I'm not exaggerating. It's minus 28 degrees below Fahrenheit. Yeah, that's like 60 below centigrade. Too much breathing or, talking is verboten. It'll be so cold outside that you shouldn't talk. Wow, look at this.
From the Michigan Avenue Bridge through the loop, you can see the water moving just a little bit there under the ice, but not too much. It's not unusual for the river to partially freeze over, but it's not frozen solid, so don't try any funny business trying to get out there in the river,
Not now, not ever, by the way, but especially now.
Yeah.
I mean, even just the idea of being wet in that type of weather. I mean, we're talking about minus 60 potentially wind chill. I think we're probably at worst going to fall in the minus 50s somewhere, but it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Wow.
Wet or dry, it's dangerous.
It is. You cannot spend any amount of time. You've got about 5 to 10 minutes outside with exposed skin in conditions like we'll have this time 24 hours from now before frostbite sets in. So please keep that in mind. You need to bundle up today too, but imagine knocking a good almost 20 degrees off where we sit right now, plus adding wind into the mix, and that's where we'll be this time tomorrow morning. It just looks cold out there. It's minus 4 at Algonquin, minus 3 Elgin. I've got about minus 2 in Crystal Lake, and Barrington coming in at 1 below. If you zip on out to Malta and New Rochelle, it's minus 5 and minus 6 respectively. St. Charles at minus 3. Down to the south, it's just a little bit better. 0 in Midwin, 0 in Morris, Coal City at minus 1, and on off to northwest Indiana. Temperatures there are a little bit better yet, into the single digits. We have dry conditions on the radar picture, but let's step you through these Futurecast feels like temperatures, which are just incredibly cold. Minus 15 at 8 o'clock this morning.
Wow.
By the time you get to about 9 p.m. tonight, it's already down to minus 24.
Oh,
We're
my
at minus
goodness.
33 Aurora, 39 below McHenry, 38 below around DeKalb. We get down into the minus 50s in McHenry and DeKalb in the early morning hours, right around sunrise tomorrow. But even at 11 o'clock, when you get ready to possibly try to head outside for lunch, it's still minus 42. So it does not get much better tomorrow. That's the one thing I want you to know. It's not like it's just the morning. It's all day.
All right, everybody, this is going to be a disastrous day. I would shut every business down and just buckle up and, get ready for a massive polar vortex hitting the country. Now, Donald Trump, in his cad way of responding to everything, has made statements that his Trump tweet says, get this. Now, he can't even spell. Your president can't spell. You know that, right? And he isn't smart enough to use spell check. But here he is, taking advantage of other people's suffering. Come back, global whamming. Trump tweet on cold snap causes Twitter meltdown. He can't even spell warming. He calls it global whamming. U.S. President Donald Trump has caused a meltdown on Twitter with a post asking where global whamming had gone. Well, you know, the idea of global whamming, I assume he means warming, but he doesn't know how to spell. He's not our president. Thank you. I know. Thank you. And the fact is, he never got clued into the idea that global warming is no longer the word. It's global climate change. Even Democrats are using that because we're seeing a massive flux of temperatures. Now, if you're one of those people who goes, yeah, this is just a really bad temperature flux, well, I believe, and I don't have to go too far on a limb to make this a statement, but I believe that we're looking at chemtrails being the cause of this. I believe that they're systematically trying to accelerate the breakdown in our environment. And even NASA scientists have admitted that they spray chemtrails on our heads.
I use that to infer what the wind is. Just like if you were taking a picture of an airplane contrail, you can use that to see how the wind was blowing up at those altitudes. This is much higher altitude, so we use these chemical trails.
And what is the purpose of knowing what the wind's going to do in the ionosphere?
Or from scattered sunlight. Kinds of chemtrails, as you probably know, different trails at night we use and different trails during the day. The wind blows them around. They glow either on their own or from scattered sunlight. We take pictures and we can see how the wind trail moves around.
Okay, so NASA's using lithium in the atmosphere. They admit to doing that. Our government's never said to the American people,
we are going to spray you. You are going to breathe fumes. This is for your own good.
We never got that. Nobody ever said, yeah, would you like to talk about it? Could we have a scientific discussion about it? An open, peer-reviewed study on it, on its efficacy? Nothing has been done. We have been forced to breathe these things, and now you're wondering what's going on when we've got more than enough evidence of these chemtrails in our skies above us. And some people are freaking out. This guy pulled off the freeway in Chicago and just started spilling his guts about how he's pissed off about chemtrails.
You're a hypocrite. I mean, you're Pharisees. Your sky is not real, like your food. I don't want to talk about it. No, but I do. Because if you care about what you put in your body, you must care about what you breathe. It's before the food. You can't tell me that's a contrail. You can't tell me that right there is a normal cloud.
No.
They're all the same thickness. It's all the same bullshit, thin, white smog veil that's square, angular, perpendicular, and parallel.
And he spotted it right there. And everybody in our room has seen them, whether you like it or not. Some of you dispute, well, these are contrails. No, they're not. We saw the difference between contrail and a chemtrail. Contrail dissipates almost immediately. Evaporation occurs, condensation dissipates. It's very, very quick, whereas a chemtrail will linger for hours and spread its venom with all kinds of accelerants and aerosols. The very same thing we pulled out of refrigerators and air conditioners, Freon, something like it they're dumping in the air, which makes no sense at all, other than they want to screw up the atmosphere as fast as possible. Now, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't talk about contrails here, because we don't have time to talk about contrails. In fact, I think you need to take a 1 hour trip to think about yourself and what you're doing. No, I'm not cooking lutefisk.
No.
We don't like lutefisk. It's too jelly.
Pickled herring, sure, but
yeah, pickled herring is great, but not lutefisk. Okay, I'm showing Sarah this right now.
Napoleon is ready to make NFL history. So is Quentin. On Sunday, they'll become the first male cheerleaders in Super Bowl history, and the celebration is already on.
It's kind of like living out a dream that we didn't expect to have. Who would have thought 10 months ago that this would have been a possibility?
10 months ago, our cameras were on hand for the audition, where the guys were so impressive as dancers, they were picked as the NFL's first male cheerleaders.
Somebody ought to get him a popper stopper, because, you normally don't hear popper stopper sounds on. They were picked, all right, yeah. All right, so here we are, ready to go. Truth Tuesday. Congratulations, guys. You get to be cheerleaders. That's wonderful. Chicago weather, minus 45 tomorrow. That's Fahrenheit, folks. This is never before seen temperatures in the history. There are people going to die because they don't have enough heat. Now, what do you do with heat like this, or with cold like this? Well, you go to your Big Five sporting goods, or anywhere, actually any place that has heaters like Home Depot, and you get a Mr. Buddy heater. A deluxe one is adequate. A regular one is okay.
Well, you have to have a little air, oxygen.
Yeah, you have to let oxygen get into your house, but open a window for air. But these Mr. Buddies work great. And if you get the big one like we got with 2 canisters, you can heat a 1,000 square feet up to a nice, comfortable 65 degrees.
The nice thing is that they'll work if the power goes out.
Yes. They'll work if the power goes out, because you got to have something like that in case you have an electric shortage. If the electricity goes down in the Midwest, folks, we're going to see major, major deaths. When I first moved up here with my family in 1993, we had the worst winter in history up in Washington. And as soon as I moved here, we moved to an area that they said, oh, it never snows here. I remember the realtors saying, oh, it never snows on the island that you're located. We live on an island with a bridge attachment to it. And as soon as we got here, we got 2.5 feet of snow with temperatures down to 12, 13 degrees. I can't imagine minus 42. I can't even imagine minus 45, because we barely made it with that. I had a generator, and we had electricity go out. Oftentimes electricity will go out in this type of environment.
Yeah, because lines will snap. It's so cold.
That's right. Ice snaps lines. It was here in Washington. It was horrible. You couldn't get anywhere for 3 days. The shelves of the markets were emptied. I mean, in 3 days, your stores will be emptied of everything. I know that's scary, but believe it or not, you have disastrous temperatures. You're going to see people, hoarding food and everything. Anyway, I had a great Onan generator that I managed to run 24/7 for 48 hours, pumping gas into it. And luckily it was part of an RV at the time, so I was able to keep things going with space heaters. I had electric cords going from the generator all the way into various rooms, and I had space heaters running on max off the generator. Anything you can do to get heat going, generators are options. If you do run your generator on fumes, good luck, Howie. That's a good idea. I hear generators can run on fumes. Okay, Sarah's going to give me a break. I'll be back in a little bit. Be ready to get into the deeper news tonight. I really don't want to talk about other candidates unless they're negative things to talk about. Oh, one last thing. With all the talk about Trump working for Russia, you'd think he'd be concerned over the past few years about his meetings with Putin. And even recently, people have said, how come you purposely avoided getting your transcripts out? And he had actually told the interpreter to burn or get rid of all the transcripts of their conversations. Any notes were destroyed. He's willfully trying to get rid of anything he talked to Putin about. No one can know it. Guess what? Trump met Putin again without staff or note takers present. He keeps finding a way to meet the Russian leader privately. Very suspicious behavior, folks. He looks worried there, doesn't he, in that picture? He looks like, don't tell anything. Don't talk about secrets.
And Putin looks like, they're there.
Yeah, Putin looks like, we got the goods on you, Mr. Trump. Yeah, we got a real problem, folks, if you think that Trump isn't working for Russia. People are saying, why are you so secretive, and how come you've protected him? And he comes back and says, no one's ever been tougher on Russia than me. What? Obama was tougher on Russia than you. I've never seen this before. People have a tendency of doing that during the show. It happens. Luckily, Sarah doesn't have to look at it. Master Meatball's here. He's taking a break from his candle-making business. Well, people do that all the time on that show. I just don't put it on the main screen. Thank you, Sarah. I'll be right back.
All right, thank you. Take your time. David's making my dinner. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's what that is, a tag. All right, I'll turn it the right way. Get rid of the tag. Thank you. I don't think I'll be eating porridge tonight. Maybe, but I think, I don't know, maybe I'll just have some more chili or something like that. Oh, do you think that's the case, Man Mountain? You might be right. Who knows? Master Meatball wants you to know that available at Target 4000 is a 4,000 watt portable propane generator. Green Sportsman. Yeah, I am feeling better, and I think I have recuperated for the most part. I do sound better, and yeah, it probably, yeah, my voice sounds better. I think I'm on the mend. Yeah, I basically had laryngitis or something, some kind of flu. It only really affected my voice box. I did have some chicken soup yesterday, and today I had some chili, and we'll see what I do tonight. Yeah, it's the kids, and it's probably also like working with the compost or something. I don't know. Walking Dead, from that one, Master Meatball. Wouldn't it just be Negan? That's what they're like, I'm Negan, I'm Negan. I'm not pro Negan. That's true, Ghost. It's because we have all these kids in a small area. That's probably why I'm sick. And then I compost their food scraps, so everything with their mouths on it, and I'm putting it into the ground for my soil. That's probably it too. Oh. Yeah, Lucille, I couldn't stand that either. Star Trek and sci-fi influenced Jeff Bezos. That's interesting. A lot of what Trump tweets isn't proven. Republicans are giving Trump the green light for a border wall emergency declaration. Oh my goodness, Master Meatball, crazy. I'm not going to have lutefisk. I know enough about lutefisk to say that I never want to try lutefisk. So according to the Pentagon, they're going to send a few thousand more troops to the southern border. And Stacey Abrams is going to give the Democratic response to the State of the Union. Isn't that going to be February 5th, I think? Shocking. Really? Mad Dog's Backyard? Shocking. Jacket Pocket says Stacey Abrams is a Pelosi Clinton plant and a bad loser. Oh, Mueller witness suggests Roger Stone coordinated with WikiLeaks in order to help the Trump campaign. Another indictment may be in the works. The Department of Justice says that Huawei tried to steal T-Mobile's trade secrets. They tried to take they tried to steal their robot named Tappy, and somehow they managed to pull off an arm, and they were going to send that arm to China to be like backwardly designed. I don't know. Well, I did get pretty upset at him one night when he was drinking heavily, Mad Dog's Backyard. I got into a bit of a tiff and said I didn't agree with him politically on pretty much most things. Oh, speaking of Brazil, Vale workers were arrested as death toll climbs after a dam collapse at a Brazilian mine. Wow. And Vale is going to take apart 10 dams in the wake of the Brazilian mining disaster. Wow. Yes, we do mess with other countries like Venezuela, that's true. You're going to drive far just to go to 24-hour Walmart? Well, I think as long as you have a shopping list and you get exactly what you need, that's okay to stock up. Stock up for a month, though. It does seem that way. Okay, Master Meatball says they're not indicted for Russian crimes, but the procedural crimes like lying under oath or lying. You say there's been no evidence of Russian collusion? I find that hard to believe. Really hard to believe. But I do wonder if Mueller's just dragging this out so it goes all the way into 2020. Who is they, 744? Yeah, that often happens. ATP bot, thought bot. Sometimes the reason it happens is like people don't go after shoplifters unless they have a decent amount that they can prove and hold them for. Ha! That's a good one. Yeah, it's all about control. Science says get used to polar vortex outbreaks, so we could have these super cold winters. I'm not moving to the Midwest. Trump's team sanctions Venezuela, pushes China trade talks, and makes another border wall pitch. Yeah, my voice it's hanging in there. It's all right. Purdue Foods recalled chicken nuggets because of a food allergy labeling error. Peanut chicken, they didn't put contains peanuts. Oh. Oh, maybe. A 14-year-old found Apple's FaceTime bug before it went viral. I'm glad I don't have Apple. Oh. Facebook Messenger, Instagram, and WhatsApp are going to unify across platforms, and Facebook is being asked by senators, why did it trick kids into spending their parents' money? And another thing, Facebook paid teens to install a VPN that spies on the teens. Onavo VPN, they repackaged it as a research app, and they paid teenagers $20 a month to sideload it. Probably paid them they probably didn't actually pay them. They probably gave them some credit that they then used on some Facebook stuff. True, Jack. I agree with you. Wow, yes, this is going to be Super Bowl weekend. They'd say the Super Bowl itself will be okay for weather, but of course leading up to it's so cold. Wow. Yes, I usually, that's probably the only football game I watch every year. I almost watch this. Sometimes I get it. Not all the time do I watch the Super Bowl, but most of the time I do. Probably the only game I do watch is the Super Bowl. And I always say, like, people are always celebrating me. They throw this huge football game. Everybody watches. It's really all about me because my birthday is my birthday weekend. The weekend closest to my birthday is always Super Bowl weekend. And I always say the whole world is celebrating me because they put hearts in all their stores, and that's my last name. That's the thing I love, is hearts. And they do that like because my birthday is like the week before Valentine's Day. Thanks. I'll try not to strain my voice. Oh, you made German potato salad tonight. Good.
Yeah.
So melting glaciers in the Canadian Arctic have revealed landscapes that haven't been seen in 40,000 years.
Wow. Melting glaciers, landscapes, 40,000 years old. So I made I didn't make anything, but I have an avocado if you want to eat it. It's ready for you to eat. And
Sure.
then brie, possibly crackers. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll do that.
You can certainly dig into the refrigerator and see what's available.
Okay.
Thank you, Sarah. Wow. Another wonderful break. Thank you. I needed that. She is so kind to give us this little break and talk to the room and check. It gives her a chance to check up on the news, too, when you think about it. She gets to read up on the news. We don't get cable here, so we don't get this constant drain of newscasters telling us what's going on. Cancer experts react to claim about finding a cure within a year. Israeli scientists claim to be on the brink of development. You know, there's a rumor that the truth is that the cancer industry has lingered and they haven't found cures because they make more money on treatments like radiation and chemotherapy. But this looks promising.
Good news in the fight against cancer. A new report from the American Cancer Society shows that cancer-related deaths have declined 27% over the last 25 years. Let's bring in Dr. Manny Alvarez, Fox News medical analyst. Dr. Manny, good morning.
Thanks, Dr. Manny. That's great news. He attributes it to better screenings and treatment. But a group of Israeli scientists say a cure for cancer is within reach, even optimistically predicting that it will be found within a year. But at least one expert in the U.S. has questioned the potential cure's legitimacy and said it's more likely just another claim on a list of irresponsible and ultimately cruel false promises for cancer patients. The company's called Accelerated Evolution Biotechnologies Litigated, AEBI, and has described its treatment Mutato as comparable to a cancer antibiotic that uses a multi-pronged approach similar to the treatment given to HIV patients. Actually, that makes a lot of sense. Oh, where did I go? Here I am. That makes a lot of sense, actually, because look at Magic Johnson no longer is HIV positive. He was HIV positive and he's no longer HIV positive. That's pretty interesting. What happened, man? You got in jail? You're not real, are you? Yeah, I think you're just making up that name to criticize Rex. If Rex is in here, I'll give him mod power to take you out. Yeah, I've given Rex mod power to kind of compensate for how he was treated in the T. Rucker room many years ago. Yeah, well, the bad water, all this recycled water is causing listeria to break out in the Georgia peaches. They're recalling a bunch of Georgia peaches. And I can tell you that you cannot promote other people here. Don't do that. Trump met Putin without staff or note takers present today. Again. So yeah, this has been going on. We just did that story. They've even found listeria in 1/3 of the avocados. So like the avocado I just gave Sarah from Mexico, I washed it with water. And our water's a little chlorinated, so it's bound to clean it off. I don't think Trump wants to do anything. I think he's just doing whatever he's told. If Putin wants Trump to run in 2020, they probably talked about that today in the secret meeting they had. Chicago is going to be colder than Antarctica this week as record-breaking cold grips the United States, folks. Mr. Bill has a story. Mr. Bill. It seems like this is a nonstop climate change disaster happening with, the hurricanes in Florida, Texas, the terrible dry weather in California, and then the fires, and then the rains, the floods. It's all weather modification, and it's exactly what we as people are not being told about. So we're talking about changes that are gripping the country now. Yeah, we need to wake up. They're purposely mismanaging the planet's ecosystem. They are purposely polluting the earth to make it happen faster. This is their big plan. And who are they? Global monetary elitists, people that make Donald Trump look like a piker. Right. You will now be removed from the show permanently. Yeah, we have Donnie, somebody came in here trying to pretend like he could support Trump tonight. I had to kick him 3 times. Then I got a rash of Democrats in here who are seemingly pushing various other candidates. We're going to have to just knock you guys out every night. We are here to talk about a centrist political party and not something that some guy who's a billionaire would even understand. How can a billionaire like Howard Schultz possibly understand a populist centrist position? It's impossible. Public enemy number 1, Howard Schultz. Yeah, I would be public enemy number 1 if they could give me, a chance to speak out. I'll pull Democrats and Republicans into this party because we make sense. We support a great clean environment without having to tax the workers to pay for the non-workers, which the Democrats are trying to do. We have a way of getting the government to run efficiently with our hybrid capitalist approach. Getting the government to pay its own bills off without having to tax you extra, which Republicans like. We don't want to be taxed. I have a 10% flat tax proposal that'll stimulate the economy and encourage foreign investment into our country, strengthening our dollar and boosting all of our net worth. We want to shrink the government so the costs are down, but at the same time, lower the taxes on the population so that you can start spending money in the retail sector, which will help companies continue to manage this crisis of countless companies going under every day. Dancing Israelis, Corbett report talks about the 9/11 thing that happened. Let's see what that is. No, not there. It may be a bad link. And you got a documentary, Hulamulla?
You're listening to the Corbett Report.
Okay, we'll play that tonight. 9/11 suspects, the dancing Israelis. Corbett is taking on the Zionist discussion we've been having, as Truth Tuesday has always been about the 9/11 event initially. We'll add this to our list tonight, and I'll put it in 9/11 WTC as well. So that's something that we'll be bringing into our show. I don't mind listening to him. He actually features our show sometimes, which is interesting. He actually knows about us. I don't think anyone should be skiing. Actually, Digital Mall Rat, subsidizing ski mountains is not going to help you. Ultimately, you and I both know that you could get in your van and drive up to the mountains and snowboard right now, so for free. If you are really an active ski person, you'll prefer snowboarding anyway. Skiing is very dangerous. If you break a leg, it could cost you $40,000. I'm not kidding. At the current rising cost of health care, which the Democrats don't want to lower, I got to tell you shouldn't be driving at all. Thank you. Stay at home. But at the current cost of health care, you're better off not skiing. Seriously. Look what Sonny Bono did. He ran into a tree and died. Or Bobby Kennedy. He ran into a tree. R.F. Kennedy Jr.'s actually, R.F. Kennedy, not Jr., but R.F. Kennedy's son, Bobby Kennedy, died, hitting a tree. It's pretty serious. Apparently he had a Bobby Kennedy and an RFK Jr. who's now still working for Trump, trying to stop the vaccine industry from getting too much control. I don't believe in aliens, no. The truth is we have yet to see any legitimate photos of aliens anywhere in the world. So that's a little bit much for me to grab and say, yeah, sure, I believe that, not. All right, we got that, and The View. We'll have that tonight. Howard Schultz will be talking in The View tonight. It's not that I want to show it. I just apparently, apparently they rip him apart. The ladies do there. And Trump's tweet about global whamming isn't really that interesting. And I can't talk about Ocasio-Cortez without throwing up, so I'm going to have to get a barf bag and get a position ready to go. The big story really is Trump met with Putin yet again and didn't even take notes. He doesn't even care that he's being investigated. He keeps talking about how terrible this is. It's despicable, a Russian hoax. It's all a big hoax. Yet he doesn't even want to verify that his meetings are not secret by having a person take notes. Isn't this unbelievable? This is unabashed Trump catering to Putin, doing whatever he's told, unabashedly. Whatever you want. Thank you, Vladimir, for having me. I'm so glad that... Don't tell anyone about the sex tape, please. I don't want anyone to find out about my penis. Yeah, seriously. That's what's in play here right now. He looks guilty as hell there, doesn't he? I know. It's crazy. Yeah, well, apparently he told James Comey in detail that he was a germaphobe. I'm a germaphobe. I would never have women urinating around me. That kind of talk a president should have with his former director of the FBI. That's great. Yeah. We've got a real serious problem because the Democrats can't seem to, get the impeachment thing laid out. Do they need any help? I could lay out about 4 or 5 felony counts that we could layer one after the other on Trump, and I could certainly help them draw it up. Give me a call. Operator standing by, 707, your ATP. If you are a Democratic legislator, I would love to help you with the 4 or 5 points at which we can, start laying down the felony charges. Mueller's not going to do it. We know that. I think the deep areas of the ocean are very interesting. They talk about how oil is not a renewable resource. I don't believe that. I would dispute this right down to every geologist that could tell me, oh no, oil is not a renewable resource. When you think about it, the molten core of the Earth and its interaction with all the elements and minerals in the elemental chart, and the simple fact that carbon is in the Earth naturally and it would liquefy, why wouldn't the Earth be bubbling up crude? As like blood, like the Earth's blood, if you will. Think about it. If the Earth is a living organism, as we know it is, with Gaia and that whole concept, why wouldn't it have crude black blood, oil? Now, when they did some digging at the bottom of the ocean, in the Marianas, they actually dug 10,000 deep below the Marianas, they struck oil. You cannot tell me that 40,000 feet underground, there are skeletons from dinosaurs that happened to melt down and turn into, dentrified flesh. Beverly Hillbillies, yeah. So people that say that all the oil came from biomass, it doesn't make any sense. Not when it's 40,000 feet underground, because they have found in the bottom of the ocean, underneath, 10,000 feet down, they found oil reserves. Well, there are people that believe that it does come from dinosaurs. If you could tell me where oil comes from, that would be great, because I think it's a renewable energy source. I really believe, I don't see oil as, I see the need to filter the outcome of oil, particulates, and use it more efficiently. I got that, but I don't really see it as drying up like a peak oil situation. And I think all the facts continue to confirm my beliefs that they are still seeing continued growth of oil fields in Saudi Arabia, shocking experts who believe that the oil is somehow disappearing. Saudi Arabia seems to have an endless supply, despite what experts have been saying for years. No, I believe it's a natural product constantly, not just from a carbon asteroid that hit the Earth and covered it. No, I think it's the molten Earth itself, as it's boiling, produces the ooze coming out from the Earth, which is oil. I base my renewable energy solution that oil is a renewable resource on the simple fact that it is 10,000 feet below the bottom of the Marianas, which is 40,000 feet below the surface of the Earth. How is that possible? If it did form at one time and there's a certain point at which it doesn't flow anymore, we can talk about peak oil tonight. I'll add that to my list.
Last talks, that petroleum wasn't what we thought it was, that it wasn't a fossil fuel, that it didn't come from fossil animal.
Yeah.
Is it just a mineral? Is it a mineral like any other mineral? Is that how it? What would you say? How did it? What's the origin of?
You see,
petroleum?
when they first found petroleum, because they were beginning to make motors and needed on axles of wheels on railroad trains and all that sort of thing. And remember, trains started in the beginning of the 19th century. Then oil went from just a lubricant to a fuel, and it made it valuable. And Rockefeller happened to be the smartest man in the business at the time, but he made most of his money, or much of it, off the transport of the petroleum as well as selling it. But one thing they realized was, because oil, you analyze.
I guess we'll get to this airbag a little bit later. The 8-minute airbag is going to talk about his pontificate on what his source of oil is. Yes, they have found a great source of fuel in water, and the development of the water engine has been noted throughout history, but our own patent department refuses to acknowledge that. Our U.S. Patent Office has refused to allow anyone to declare a patent on water separation into hydrogen and oxygen and running an engine that can recycle it and create enough electricity to create more hydrogen and oxygen and burn that, loop it. All right. Adelson, casino mogul driving Trump's Middle East policy. Yeah, isn't that interesting? Thank you, Adele53. Welcome. And if a lot of you think that I'm not an environmentally conscious person, I am. I'm a former Democrat. I really believe that green energy is the way to go. Renewable energy is really important, but we also have a huge infrastructure of automobiles that you call your car. And there's no way I'm going to take that away from you. The Democrats are more likely to want to strip you of your right to drive your 57 Chevy. I'm not going to do that. I want you to understand that we have ways of filtering the air and we can make it better. We can even make our breathing air better inside of our cars. We can make a lot of things better. But getting rid of oil is not the agenda. Leaning less on it is the agenda. Not in one big fell swoop. Thank you. Guess 491. Sheldon Adelson, the casino mogul, is driving Trump's Middle East policy. The Las Vegas billionaire gave Republicans $82 million for the 2016 election, and his views, notably staunch support for Netanyahu's Israel, are now the official U.S. line. Zionist control of our country under Trump or under Clinton, either one was supported by AIPAC. Yeah, he's just a billionaire trying to, schmooze up with the Jewish Ashkenazis in Israel who want to give him more money and continue their reign over our country. Now, as you know, I would support Israel as an ally in the region, but I wouldn't sever our ties, of course, but I wouldn't let global Zionists control the world or our country's future. That's where I differ from Trump and the other Democrat running. Yes, America is a parvenu plutocracy. A parvenu plutocracy, an ascendant organization of people that have just recently acquired lots of money and want to control it from within. We need to stop that. I used to grow my sideburns out, but I feel younger with the shorter sideburns. If if you understand what, feeling younger is all about, you'll get there eventually. Sheldon Adelson, wow. Okay, we got that fossil fuel thing in our link. And this was shocking, and we just talked about this earlier, but Facebook pays teens to install a VPN that spies on them. Now, our country is being run by people that don't even understand the internet. When Zuckerberg was discussing what was going on during the hijacking of information, he was being asked questions that were irrelevant. The fact is, Zuckerberg authorized the use of information to be used by a man who sold it to companies like Cambridge Analytica, who then was manipulating the election for Russia's purposes. I mean, you might as well have handed Russia the keys to our social networks. It's as if this guy is so greedy he doesn't care about our national boundaries and is willing to work for Russia. But Mark Zuckerberg should be actually possibly charged with criminal actions for allowing 162 million identities to be exposed and manipulated during the election. That's just inexcusable, considering he didn't tell you he was going to do that when you became a Facebook member. So he needs to face penalties in the billions of dollars and possible criminal charges. That's my take on Zuckerberg. And follow up again to remind everybody that Trump has overspent $500 billion every 6 months. So now the country is $1 trillion borrowing again from the Treasury. The Treasury is borrowing from the World Bank another $1 trillion to make the country run for this year. Elevated sales of long-term debt to finance the government's widening budget deficit. This is the outline of our budget as it went up and down based on the years and progressions in time. So you can see when Obama became president, let me put myself in front of here. When Obama became president in 2008, George W. Bush had toggled spending down to an amazingly low amount. When he got the reins, Obama started spending rapidly. Increased Obamacare spending has cost this country dearly. But then you get Donald Trump, who's now over here. This was Obama's reign of spending. He started to reel it in right around 2011, and you can see with the sequester, he actually started to spend less. He had a mandatory 5% reduction in expenses Obama had to face, which was not exactly being fiscally conservative. Even George W. Bush spent way less. But Obama was pretty good and then dropped it to this level, and now Trump is just sticking it to us. Way more on the military, way more on ancillary funding for projects that are probably unnecessary. But the one thing that Pelosi should agree with Trump on is the wall. Or shall I say the fence, because obviously Trump doesn't know the difference between a wall and a fence. The fence idea is a good idea. It's my idea, 1,000-mile fence. I came up with it. Trump stole the idea, ran under the idea that was his, and then now we see him not implementing it. No, Glenn's Room apparently makes a lot of money. He has a big business. Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard Glenn's Room is he's a big production guy in New York. You didn't know that? Oh yeah, he's enormously successful. I'm not going to allow anybody to hate Jewish people here, okay? Please don't in any way think that that's something we endorse. We don't. I am not anti-Semitic. I like Jewish people. And I would love to have more Jewish people in this world. But what we're getting are people that want to be Jews. Ashkenazis. And they're the worst. They give good Jews a bad name. They are the greediest people on earth. Look at Hitler. Look at Mueller. Look at Mueller was the guy who created the concentration camps. Not our Mueller, the other Mueller. Ashkenazis. Look at Goering, Goebbels, all of them Ashkenazis. They're the worst possible people. They're not Jewish. They were assigned the court Jewish status when they handled the money for the royalty of the Jews in the 1500s. They're not even related to Abraham, Ashkenazis. So they're pretending to be Jewish, giving good Jewish people a bad name, making everybody very unhappy. And look what they did to all the poor Jewish people in Germany. They sucked their money down the drain, stuck it into their banks. They pulled their gold teeth out of their heads. People like George Soros. You know that George Soros witnessed people, corpses, having their gold teeth removed, put in jars to be melted down to give Hitler more money? He actually visited his uncle and walked among the dead bodies as his uncle worked for Hitler, as one of the Jews working for Hitler. And he actually watched people, and he said it was a great time in his life. George Soros has been very upfront about how he enjoyed the experience. Yeah. Weird. You got a weird dream about energy weapons being used against an Air Force base? Tell me about it. We were just discussing the possibility of directed energy weapons being used against any of us. These two pictures were seen over California a year and a half ago, and we saw similar pictures in video form of the recent attack in Paradise, California. We even see areas in the forest where it's etched in the woods. The laser was just, they tested it out. They just burned 3,000 degrees, like they were etching a line in the sand. I believe the directed energy weapons were used against the Paradise fire, and it's a very suspicious thing that they did. Very suspicious. In fact, the possibility that they were developing an area of California to be used for fracking by clearing out the homes is very real. Here's a map of a fracking proposal that was put together by PG&E, the company that's facing bankruptcy now. Well, they're not. The company itself is underwritten by the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds own PG&E. They underwrote it. So whatever happens to PG&E, it'll just jack your rates up. They'll refinance and your rates will be much higher. But look what they're after. There's a tremendous amount of gas reserves in the Central California area, right where Paradise was. Burning people out is a lot easier than actually paying them money for their houses, $1 million houses, and asking them to leave. Isn't this amazing? And this is an idea that Misanthropy came up with, one of our viewers. And you're laughing at you should be, because they're literally trying to create an area that they can start sucking gas out and making more money on the oils. It's probably genocide, what recently happened. And I don't believe 83 people died. I believe more like 8,000 people died. I seriously don't believe any of the stats I'm getting out of Paradise. There were 26,000 people in the central part of Paradise. They're all gone. There's still people on the missing list. Over 180 people on the missing list still. And there's still 83 dead. How come the death toll went from 88 down to 83? How do you get rid of dead people and they suddenly come back to life? I mean, the whole thing is BS. So I seriously think that there's clearing the way for fracking. They really want to have a shipment system in there, so they're probably going to put a rail line in there too. They were vaporized, yeah. They were dustified. The new word is dustification. It's apparently a scalar weapon or a directed energy weapon. Beam energy can dustify things. It might even be something they used against the Trade Center as well as demolition. You never know. But we fully know that the Trade Center wasn't taken down with structural damage to Building 7 caused by a fire. That's absurd. There's no way that happened. No. Sorry. The telltale sign that 9/11 was a conspiracy and a cover-up is a simple picture. I will show it to you. You heard about Building 7. That wasn't hit by planes, and that still went down, which most people would say was a demolition. Well, the 9/11 Commission report refused to acknowledge any explosions at all the day of the attack. Nothing was even entered as in terms of detonations or explosions. Not a glaring oversight problem. Well, it turns out that Building 6, it wasn't even discussed. Look at Building 6. Tell me this section in the middle of Building 6 wasn't a massive explosion like the one at Oklahoma City. I mean, look at this hole in the middle here. That all of Building 6 was literally gutted with a massive explosion. But yet they didn't even talk about it. Who in the world had the time necessary to set a bomb, and why didn't they discuss setting of bombs? Because they didn't want to talk about demolition. They refused. And they didn't want to show anybody the missile that obviously hit the Pentagon. Not a 767 Boeing, like they say. So we've got cover-up after cover-up. The FBI had 83 camera angles to draw from. Yet we only saw one camera angle and 15 frames were released of the attack at the time. It's very bizarre. I believe that we've been lied to at a global scale, and anyone who thinks otherwise is just not listening. So the attack itself is indicative of what I would call a cover-up, at the very least. Here's a leaked video that nobody got to see, but watch this.
Hello, it's Tuesday, July the 26th, 6:14 p.m. Just got this video. I'm sure many have seen this, but I've never seen the captions right here of these little explosions. I circled them that clearly point out there's no huge jet flying into the Pentagon. And right there, I mean, come on, that is not a jet flying into it. Where'd this video surface? Why is this not, you know, more abundantly found on the internet? I have never seen this one.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing they make sure no one sees. And there's footage of the 15 frames they did release right there, see? You're looking at the tip of a missile right here. That's not the tip of a 767 plane. So even the 15 frames they did release obviously showed a missile. So why would they be attacking the Pentagon? Why would somebody in our government be attacking the Pentagon? Well, it turns out that George H.W. Bush, the guy who just died, our former president, number 41st president, it turns out that he took a bond issue out September 11th, 1991 for $240 billion. And the Pentagon happened to be researching this. 10 years later, it was due September 11th, 2001, George H.W. And he wasn't going to pay it. The Office of Naval Intelligence was working on investigating this. Who do you think died that day at the Pentagon? All 127 employees of the Office of Naval Intelligence. Every one of them was killed. Everybody who'd been working on the oversight. All right. Yeah, you didn't tell me it was a Twitch lead. Yeah, I can't help you there. You got a live pedo arrest going on? Okay, so somebody's in the bushes watching a pedophile being arrested. Thank you for that tip. That's what I wanted to watch. I wanted to stop the show and watch that. Yeah. Yeah, they catch one pedophile and there's like 200,000 in every city. And they got a big thing about one guy getting arrested. David, do you want what John Bolton wrote on a piece of paper about Venezuela and the 5,000 troops in Bolivia? Yes, I do. I want to know. I mean, if they're deploying troops in Bolivia, I want to know about it. I know many of you are worried about being hit with directed energy weapons. Don't. You come to the right place. I'll teach you how to build a protective shield to prevent any directed energy weapon from frying your entire home. It's going to take some Mylar, some tinfoil, and a lot of motivation. U.S. intelligence officer contradicts Trump's 100% on his claim that North Korea has denuclearized and ISIS is defeated. Trump will be firing him soon. Yeah, well, ISIS has not been defeated. as much as he'd like to say they have. And there is a situation on our hands where I don't know where Bologna is. I'm feeling bulimic thinking about it. If indeed we find out exactly what North Korea is planning on doing, I think they're having a meet and greet. Russia's setting this meet and greet up so that Trump looks good. They did this last year to meet Kim Jong-un for just a cordial visit. Trump wants to go shake the hand of a guy who's ordered the death of over 350 people, because Trump likes to do that. It's more of a kind of a reach around session. It's kind of a, gathering with good old buddies. Donald and Kim getting together for the meet and greet. It's not like they're going to have denuclearization. It hasn't even been put on the agenda. Trump is just using this as a way of diverting our attention from what he's really doing. And Russia is working collaterally with this to Lavrov set these meetings up in advance. Russia's doing most of our foreign policy with Trump following. So as we drift aimlessly into space with no direction, no rudder, no purpose other than to watch this man continue to profit from the White House at your expense while he gives up our country to foreign powers like Russia, you, the voter, are wondering, what are we going to do? I mean, how are we going to stop this? Well, I've constructed a very simple plan to unite the country. And I came up with great ideas that would, bring us together toward the center of the political spectrum. And that's why I'm pitching centrist politics, and I've been doing it for a long time. I don't believe Howard Schultz has a clue as to what a centrist populist is all about. I'm offering people $400 a month as a base minimum just to get people started who are U.S. adult citizens who are currently not collecting Social Security or disability. I've got a solution for the country to build an infrastructure bank and get jobs going, offering people $15 an hour wages to bypass the lockup on the minimum wage laws. If we give companies 2% loans and require them to hire U.S. citizens and give those U.S. companies those loans, we'll be sitting pretty. So let's start up the centrist political regime here as we move forward. Yeah, I'm having a little problem with getting something in front of me here. There it is. So this is what we're all about. Centrist politics, right? And the $400 a month plan is to get people a boost in their personal income. This is the basic income plan, which has a better deal than the Democrats by far, because no Democrat is sincere about what they're offering unless Kamala Harris is going to offer $1,000, I'll up it to $1,005. Either way, we need to get money in the hands of the American people. We got people who are veterans, 35% of which are without a job and are living on the street. That's not acceptable, and they get no money whatsoever. Veterans, mind you. Okay. Has chat and positive thought stopped at iVlog, or you reached the point where you just like, huh? I think you're just frozen. Most of you are sitting in your house freezing in the Midwest. I can't get over the temperatures. Chicago will be colder than the Antarctica this week as a record-breaking cold grips the U.S. It's just crazy.
Here you say 60 degrees below zero with that wind chill. I mean, especially for us in Los Angeles, difficult to fathom. I just got a text from my friend who's in Minneapolis, and she said she can't remember the last time that schools closed because of the cold weather, but that's exactly what's happening as many cities see record temperatures below that of what we would even see in Antarctica, and some national news outlets calling this the Arctic invasion.
I think women who are talking through their mouth and don't have any nose as fast when they talk like this, there's something going on in the nose. Yeah, so she can't talk through her nose, her nasals, so she talks through her mouth. You got to get your nose going. Well, maybe her nose is occupied with something. Well, believe me, if Schultz could articulate a plan to get this country going, like I have, he could be my vice president. I'm leaving. You're on your own to get attention, superstar. Who exactly are you upset about? Who's begging for attention in the chat room by making threats? Don't worry. I'm trying to get to the bottom of that. You know, apparently this ongoing threat between two chatters has been daily. "33% believe Trump is doing good on deficit reduction." How can he? He's spent more than any other president. I just showed you the numbers. They're shocking. I mean, you can't even compare what's happening with the numbers. The $1 trillion over budget. Here's an interesting story that came out recently. Hang on, I want to move this. Check this out. This is really interesting. You know, the magnetic north has been changing, and that may be a reason why we are dealing with this massive cold spell in the Midwest. Now Trump says he doesn't stand behind Stone. You now will win the independent vote. Thank you. I certainly would. I can tell you that Stone is being thrown under the carpet. Roger Stone is being purposely attacked by Mueller. And I don't think Roger Stone has anything to do with the WikiLeaks emails. Mueller is diverting attention from the real investigation, which is Seth Rich. Yeah, look at this. Check this out. This was brought to us by one of our viewers this week. Russia's stealing a magnetic north. Cake brought us this. Thank you, Cake. Russia's stealing magnetic north report claims. It explains why my compass is moving in one direction. I've seen the arrow move literally from true north to over here in 10 years. Now, that's not right for a compass to be doing that, but the possibility that Russia is doing uranium mining and moving the most magnetic of our particles from one location to another is entirely possible. A damning new report published by the Canadian Security Intelligence Service has claimed that Russia has been slowly stealing magnetic north for the past 20 years. We don't know what their plan is. Maybe they're just foolishly doing this. But it's a 467-page report that states that Vladimir Putin secretly conspired with dozens of Russian billionaires to shift Earth's north magnetic pole back as early as 1999. Isn't this wild? They may want to make money threatening people who want navigation systems to work. In order to do it, they have to know exactly where the magnetic north. I don't know. There's got to be a way around this, but here's the link if you haven't seen it. Really amazing story. You won't see any of this on the mainstream media. This is really wild. But if this is really happening and this 10 years of acceleration has been shown incrementally to be going on, Russia's posing more of a threat to the world's stability than anyone could even imagine. They literally are posing a threat to the rotational axis of this Earth. Yeah. Well, you know, the only reason why we are seen as a problem in this room is because you guys keep bickering back and forth. You're the one creating problems, Hootless. Yeah. I'm going to mute you for a while and put you on reserve because you're the guy who's creating the problems. You're new here. We normally don't have this problem, but you're new here, so you've been 5 minutes out. If you want to stop doing that, that would help you to stay in the room. Otherwise, you'll be banned. I've been banning a lot of people recently. I banned 3 people yesterday in Vaughan because they were closet socialist Democrats that were hanging out. And I don't understand why you're even in the room. You have no place else to talk. That's why. And you're using my free venue to hang out and talk about how you support one Democrat or another Democrat. I mean, find your own room. You're a bunch of extreme left libtards who hang out in our room trying to refute that a third party can't possibly work. Well, that's your opinion. Don't come in here promoting your opinion in a third party room. I don't know. Melted ice actually is larger than water. I got a phone call from somebody. Let me get it. Let's look at more of a trade tower attack. Okay, I got the call. Nobody's on the phone, so. Okay, Dave, I'll see you soon. Okay, take care, man. Be well. South Korean kids are told to study the Talmud so they can learn about money making, finance, and learn why they're so successful. I heard about that, yeah. I heard a lot of people believe that the Muslims are so successful is because they don't get charged interest because it's against their religion. Yeah, I've talked about a ranked voting system, but again, we can't even get term limits passed. Let's get real here. The Democrats don't want term limits because they want to retain their power and their control. If Trump's indicted, that'll be great. I hope the Democrats get their act together, but what are they waiting for? Excuse me, I thought the Talmud, excuse me. I'm not Jewish, so yeah. Thank you. Then it's not Muslims that are getting no interest, it's people who are Jewish too. Wow. No, I'm not a member of that organization. Yeah, what do I know about Muslims or Jews? Yeah, I'm just a goyim doing a show. And we don't talk about religion here. I'm happy for them that they're, experiencing growth in South Korea, researching the Talmud, but does it matter to me? I'm not greedy. I don't really want to make lots of money. I want to help the world. I have a higher goal. It's not about patting my pocket and, giving the world lots of little Davies that can run around sucking money out of everybody's pocket like Trump's family does. I don't need to do that. No, I'm not Jewish. Never was. Nor has my family been. My German history dates back to the origins of Germany, the Sponheim family. We have a castle in Germany. Yeah, no Jewish people there that I know of. So we're not going to make a big issue of 9/11 tonight, other than to show you that it clearly was a cover-up. We are not in any way anti-Semitic here. We support the idea of people, truly Jewish people, prospering. And Israel certainly is growing very well on their own. I'm not anti-Israel. I'm anti-Zionist takeover of the world. That's not what I'm against. I know I look very Aryan. Sure. That's not the point. I'm not here to say I'm not superior to anyone. We're all equal on this planet. On this plane of existence. Jews steal from Jews. It goes on all the time. As much good Jewish people are trying to, help encourage the growth of their communities, like in the Catskills, there's clubs, there's people that, do a lot of interaction. I don't know of any other social organization, socio-religious organization as powerful in our country as some of these Jewish gatherings that meet all the time. They have resorts they go to. I was just watching Mrs. Maisel, a great show on Netflix, Amazon. It's created by Amazon, and they talk about Jewish people doing this. They network very well. But there's also like Ashkenazis who claim to be Jewish, like Hitler and Himmler, and they managed to convince the entire country of Germany that the bad people were Jewish people, and they claimed they weren't Jewish during that time. Conveniently, these Ashkenazis claimed they were not Jewish, and they managed to take all the money of the other good Jewish people. So, you know, it is impossible to become a millionaire unless you steal, cheat, lie, or continually, you know, screw everybody over everywhere you go. In this day and age, it's hard to grow financially unless you're able to flip houses. I look like a Michelin. What is a Michelin? And I'm not really trying to denigrate any of you Jewish people. I hope you understand that, you know, your words are funny, you know. They're kind of making me feel very verklempt. I'm getting a little bit verklempt saying this. Oy vey. These words, you're bothering me every single day. I've been trying to find humor in this. No, I'm not a schmuck. Or a Shlomo. I'm not even a goyim in the direct sense of the word. But the real Jewish people do have mothers who are related to Abraham, who are direct descendants from God in their minds. And that's their thing. Yeah. Well, I don't like labels. I dislike that you would call me a goyim. I'm very offended if you call me a goyim. It's just as offending as calling anyone the name. Such as I would expect the ADL to stand up against people being called goyims. That's right, Jesus was a Jew. Tell me that any more Christian than Jesus being Jewish. Okay. Sigmund Freud's middle name was Shlomo. Are you serious? Sigmund Shlomo Freud? Which is also related to schlong? Well, I understand Sigmund Freud was obsessed with sex. And he liked to smell women. You have a lot in common with him. Great show, Dr. Mentos. Take care. Did I not put you on the screen? Bummer. Sorry. I'll try to do that next time. Will Pope Francis create a crusade to take the Holy Land? No, Pope Francis is a communist. He'll do whatever he can to support his communist initiative. He sided with the communists in Argentina when 2,000 people were fleeing the communists. They tried to go to the Vatican's cardinal outpost in Argentina, and Pope Francis, formerly as someone else, he changed his name, of course, he refused to give them sanctuary. He turned 2,000 people away while they were summarily killed by the communist revolutionaries. Do you like my glasses? Someone said that they were too small for my face. I think they're perfect. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. No, $4.99. $4.99. You don't get glasses like this quality for less than $20. Howie? Such a deal. Yeah, go ahead. Okay. Yes, go ahead. What's your question? Man, these people are so evil. They don't realize that if they were to get close to me, they'd have their head blown clean off. Yeah. If I was in mortal fear for my life, or anyone else's life, I would have no other option but to pull out one of my, my pieces and blow their head clean off. Even home defenders guns are awesome at close range. Have you seen some of those low-cost Mossbergs they sell? Yeah, they'll do the trick. Yeah, Mossberg 500. What you need to know about home defense. Yeah. Mossberg is almost the same size as a Braunbauer. Look at the Mossberg and the size of the Braunbauer there. Big difference in the size of that gun, but man. Hey, do you have something you want to talk about tonight other than death threats? Yes, it was a death threat. Well, I hope so. I hope you report them, yeah. Dave, join broadcast not working. Bummer. I'm sorry, Blue Raven You've been allowed in. I unhushed you. You shouldn't have any problem. Oh, there you go. You got your naked juice out there. We've got naked juice out there, folks. This is a serious situation. He is revealing his nakedness. Yeah, well, I have plenty of weapons. Don't worry, Howie. I don't brag about them. I'm not like you. Natural flavors, organic, non-GMO, naked, everybody. He's a selfless promoter of naked juice. Thank you for doing that, Blue Raven. Not over my watch. I don't plan on implementing gun control in America, ever. No, I would never take a ferry to cross over the water here. It's too dangerous. Every one of these ferries is a sitting duck out there. It's just stupid. The whole thing is. They do have dogs, security checks and everything, but I wouldn't trust it. Our ferry system in Washington runs at a deficit of $235 million a year. It's subsidized by federal dollars. A quarter of $1 billion is dumped into our ferry system just to keep it viable. Ferries are in danger of being attacked. They're not safe at all. I don't consider ferry travel to be a safe travel format. No. I don't believe flying in planes is safe either. They're hackable. The navigation systems apparently are. But if you're not famous, there's no reason to think that flying is dangerous. But because I am famous, obviously, I can't take flights. They would know the manifest, they would know I'm on it, and they could easily take it out and all the people on it. I can't put people in risk and harm's way like that. I care too much about humanity. I try to eat garlic every day, Howie. Yeah. I've been known to eat fresh cloves right from the ground up. It can be very disturbing. It wears you down socially, but builds you up physically. You don't have any friends after eating garlic, Howie. You won't have a friend in your life. I lost a couple friends eating garlic. They said, "God, Dave, you reek. How can you even smell like that, man?" I keep creeps away like you. I'm more famous than the Kardashians, Joe. I'm growing worldwide faster than I could even imagine. But that's okay. I'm not going to let it go to my head. I'm going to be a bigger name than Muhammad Ali was shortly. That's just the way nature. When people try to suppress somebody like me and censor me, the name grows. I may be the most famous person on earth right now. But please don't think I'm like gloating on that. This is a really tough road I'm hoeing here. I'll eat liver and onions. My father used to like it overcooked with ketchup on it. I've had it that way. I like it overcooked with ketchup on it. But it's not something I prefer. I prefer Braunschweiger, something like liver pate. I can't approve my YouTube channel, Hullamulla. I've been censored for 9 years. They have a subscription count lock on my channel. There's nothing I could do to improve it. I've been censored for 9 years on YouTube. I've had the same number of subscribers I had back 9 years ago. Lobster is good. I'm thinking of cooking a lobster mac and cheese. That's on my agenda. I think it's going to be the best combo I could put together, yeah. I just have to find some lobster. Yeah, only 25% of the world's population watches my broadcast every day. I know, Howie. I'm looking for cheap lobster alternatives. They make that imitation lobster that's not bad. Lobster pate they make at the dollar store. That's got some lobster in it. Lobster bisque, but they have MSG in that. You wouldn't like that. I know. I don't need a recipe, Real Magoo. I'm super creative. I can do anything from scratch. There isn't one thing I can't make from scratch. A crepe Suzette I could make from scratch. Yes, Jewish people say hello to me all the time. Hello, David. How are you? How is everything? I said, oy vey. How could I possibly say this is not a good day? Oy vey. Well, I am famous and you should be nervous, but that's okay. You got more people, they're taking orders from Twitch chatters, humiliating an arrested suspect. You're telling me that the cops are humiliating this pedo that's been arrested on Twitch. A live bounty hunting going on right now for a known pedophile. We're going real time here. One Adam 12. This is a non-story, man. I'm sorry, but I was banned on Twitch for saying I'm not gay. Yeah, I'm not going to go there. Sorry. So don't keep posting that Twitch thing. Thank you. I can't even give Twitch any time, because when they banned me for saying I'm not gay, I was shocked. I was like, wait a second. So you have to be gay to be broadcasting on Twitch? They said, no. It's just that you can't say you're not gay and then say you're feeling harassed. They call that homophobia. I'm sorry, but that's not homophobia. I have no fear of gayness or fear of gay people. I just don't like people harassing people and saying, are you gay? Well, they're going to be screwing around with me, I'll tell you that. I'm going to take them to court. Just a question of time. Chris Hansen was arrested. He's still in custody. I don't know, he may be out on bail. Chris Hansen has got some tough times right now he's facing. He had a lot of bad checks. Apparently he's not as frugal as I am, and he couldn't hold on to his money. And he was accused of making a couple bad checks to a couple vendors. And it didn't work out for him. Hey, you know, the fact is America has been at war for 222 years out of the 239 years of existence. And this is an old stat, but close enough. Let that sink in for a moment, okay? Yeah. That's right. Yes, if you eat 48 deviled eggs, it's a salt overdose. It's not going to help your physical stamina. Plus, the cholesterol is going to put your heart into defibrillation. You'll probably end up in a hospital in a couple weeks. I hope you didn't really eat 48 deviled eggs. They don't call them deviled for no reason. Yeah, you're going to probably have major problems, buddy. You'll start to belch this yellow pus that comes out of your lungs when you cough on your own vomit. Last time someone told me that to sink in for a moment took a bullet to the head. Oh, really? You're making a joke about war and killing people? Wow, aren't you special? Unreal. Let's move the White House over just to... There we go. I don't want it to take up... Well, let's move it out of here. Anyone have any instant need for seeing Michelle's penis? Feel free. I have it on cue. Well, the only war we won was World War II. I don't count Grenada. You got your FM transmitter rolling? Okay there. Thank you, Blue Raven. Well, thank you. If you need a fix for that, and if anyone wants to see the $1 billion container wall, we have that instantaneous picture here. Yeah, this is my idea to save a lot of money on the container wall, or on the wall. Trump wants to spend, what, $25 billion, which is unfeasible? Yeah, it's just not going to happen. What we need is somebody to convince Nancy Pelosi we need the wall. Maybe a psychiatrist. God forbid anyone carjacks her. If an illegal alien carjacks her and go, hey, Nancy, I came over here from the border just to go after your ass. That would be terrible. God forbid. I hope that doesn't happen. I hope she's protected. But she doesn't seem to get the need for the wall. You notice that? She's like living in a libtard land of everything's fine. We're going to be fine, everyone. We don't need a wall. And why does she shake her head? Is it because she's got Parkinson's or Alzheimer's? What's going on? Do you think she's that lady that is taking all those Alzheimer's pills the doctors say, that working in the politics? Yeah. No, I can't. Well, anyway, the container wall is still a viable option. We're not trying to pad the pockets of any corrupt Mexican building firms like Donald Trump is. He's got some crazy idea that he's going to give CEMEX a contract. Why would we give a Mexican company the contract to build our wall when you said that Mexico was going to pay for it? Now he wants a Mexican company to finance it. Whoa. Green screen alert. Green screen alert. All right, so let's talk about centrist politics, just getting honest solutions to America's problems going forward. Yeah, let's try to come up with solutions that all of us can agree on, because I'm sick and tired of us disagreeing, aren't you? I would love to be able to, just try to find a common medium here. That'd be great. Hey guys, it's me. I'm talking. Yeah. The guy in the picture. But yeah, finding a common ground in America seems to be the best way. Well, I'm orange in this picture. I don't know. I haven't put the filters on that picture to make it look more tinted. It was a bright light. I'll work on that. Donald Trump is not who you think he is. Scissorfight has a link. Thank you. Well, you got the best links on 153news.net. Thank you.
The election and subsequent presidency of Donald J. Trump has been one of the most controversial political events in U.S. history. But what if I told you it was all planned out decades in advance? What if I told you that you're living in a scripted reality? And what if I had the evidence to prove it?
I want to see your video. Yeah, that sounds like a really good one tonight. Wow. Thank you. We'll add that to our lineup for this evening.
Outstanding. Fantastic.
I want to be proved. I want to be proved completely that Baron Trump is in fact the Messiah. I want to see that in written print. A young man who can't even speak is somehow the great leader.
Build the wall.
I don't know if Kissinger would support the wall. Kissinger's more of a globalist, communist.
It's really a new world order.
He speaks like that. He seems very, very suspicious. They call him Heinz. He's a triple agent. He works for European concerns, IMF forces, global elitists, world banks. He's practically the voice of the Council on Foreign Relations. Nope. Again, you're going to suffer a serious physical problem by eating 48 deviled eggs. Only a person who bought at least 4 dozen eggs on sale for 99 cents a piece would boil 48 deviled eggs and eat them. Did you pay more than 99 cents a dozen for those eggs? Yes or no? And this is a Jefferson Girl video here. Earth rocks, land on moon.
Fragment from the moon could potentially be Earth's oldest rock.
Wow, okay. How do you not want to see that? That looks good too, thank you. A new lie revealed on Truth Tuesday. You live next to someone that ate 48 deviled eggs, you would know? Yeah, the smell of sulfur. You got 99-cent 18th egg deals? Well, you're special, Howie. I can only imagine the torture those eggs incurred when they were forced to live in a tight cage, spitting out eggs after eggs while they breathe in fumes from the diesel truck outside, plus chemicals that they're being fed and the antibiotics that they were injected with. You're getting a real good egg there, buddy. Not to mention the Roundup that they're tramping around on while they're eating their little bits of seed to grow their accelerated steroid-ridden bodies. Looking good. I'm sure it'll have no effect on you, those 48 eggs. I'm sure you're impervious to anything bad. You're invincible. He's just invincible. You must believe that you're invincible to eat 48 eggs at one sitting. Don't you realize that excess and gluttony is a sin? It's one of the 7 deadly sins. I don't even care if you're religious. I mean, get real, dude. Well, let's be clear. So yeah, we got the fence ready to go. What do you think I am? Human? I don't know. Love eating millet spray, really? I didn't know you had millet spray, Blue Raven. Oh, you spray your hands with millets? And they eat right in your hand? That's kind of cool. Are you doing the Jesus thing where you have the animals walk up to you and you stand out there and your arms stretched out feeding them? Posturing to the Lord? They could arrest you for that, you know. Unnecessary involvement with nature. Violating the natural code. CBS News. Illinois police arrest Elsa frozen Disney movie Polar Vortex. Let's take a look. CBS News. Please play this video. Okay.
So I'm starting a new political party with the help of Dave.
What is wrong with you, Howie? I thought we explained you don't need to play that video here. We have it in our YouTube. Walter Cronkite. We couldn't find the Americans Elect page. Illinois.
Let's start with some definitions here. First of all, what is a polar vortex?
All right, the polar vortex happens every single winter. During the winter time, it's located near the Arctic Circle. Every once in a while, a piece of the polar vortex will break off. It's kind of the jet stream dives all the way to the south. That is what has happened here, although this is kind of a colder piece than would typically break off. And that's the reason why we have all this cold air spilling south. You can see that counterclockwise flow. So essentially, it's just a big storm, if you will, that's usually in the Arctic and the upper levels of the atmosphere. But unfortunately, it has traveled all the way south into the United States. And we're seeing some of the coldest air we've ever seen, or at least on record in many decades.
And how cold is it going to be on Wednesday morning then?
So Chicago may see close to an all-time record. The all-time record low is 27 below zero. This is what we're forecasting.
Now it feels like temperature,
no,
and actual
that's the actual low temperature. Brainerd, Minnesota, 31 below. Chicago, about 25 below, about 10 below in Detroit. So it is really going to be very chilly on Wednesday morning, and eventually that's going to be moving to the East Coast as well.
Oh my gosh, I'm from Chicago. I just don't even remember that punishing of a...
It's very rare. 1985 is the last time it hit negative 27, and the coldest it's ever been. It'll be close.
Yeah.
It'll be way worse.
I feel like with the wind chill themselves actually on Wednesday morning.
You may want to close your eyes. I mean, but this is some really, these are dangerous wind chills that we're talking about. Painfully cold. Honestly, painfully cold, because...
Yeah, don't open your mouth or talk or breathe when you're outside. Avoid it. It's minus 50 where you are? Okay. In Canada, it's minus 50. I'm amazed. How do you stay warm? Are you running the furnace at full tilt? Are you burning your wood stove? I mean, hey, Madison Moon is back. She's going to expose tap water fluoride.
Is item number 40 in the Schedule 1 of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act.
Okay, cool. Hold on one second. I'm on the thing. Let me call real quick.
Morris Bridges Water Treatment Plant. This is Angie. How may I help you?
Hi, yes, ma'am. How are you? My name is Amanda Bays, and I was calling.
Okay. You're the one wanted to know some specific questions about the water?
Yes.
Yeah. I actually, in 1985, contacted the Water Quality Association, and I got all their paperwork, and they lie. They just say, oh yeah, all your tap water is perfectly safe. End of story. Sure, I believe that. Yeah. And then just a few years ago, in 2010, the New York Times said that 50% of all of our tap water is toxic. Eco-friendly, reasonable temperature to keep your home at during the winter is 60. That's eco-friendly. You can handle 60. Right now, I'm in about a 58-degree room. And I need to get this thing on because Sarah doesn't want to come into a cold room with her thing. Thank you for reminding me. Hang on. Yeah, I have a vertical space heater right here that I use to heat up the room. It's just kind of a radiant space heater. Yep. This is an office which we keep it around 65, but 70, ideally. California utility equipment sparked more than 2,000 fires in over 3 years. Okay, if you believe that, yeah, sure. If you buy into the story, I think it's a cover story for the direct energy weaponry that they're using against us. This tie is a Van Heusen. You know, the company that's accused of racism? Yeah, it's ridiculous. They're not racist. It's a Van Heusen. Came out around the time that Trump created his tie line. Tie went on. You keep it at 84, you want your house to feel like the beach. That's pretty beaching, man. Van Heusen. Whatever it is, it looks good. It wears well. Quality tie. Okay, thanks for your podcast. Don't keep posting it. I saw Merv Griffin wear that tie too with his 17-year-old boyfriend at Spago's. Yep, you're right. I used to date one of Merv Griffin's sales ladies. She worked at TVA. She told Merv Griffin had a collection of 17-year-old blonde boys that he had sex with. That's pretty wild stuff coming from her. Yeah. It's like, really? No, I used to date a Hollywood mogul. Yeah, she thought she was really important. It's got to be below here. Oh, you poor guy, Rex. Yeah. All of you people are suffering so much just going outside. I feel bad for you. It's going to be tough. God forbid your electricity goes out. I hope you all have a backup plan. YouTube announces its next tactic to kill truth and promote fluff. All right, here we go. YouTube censorship reigns supreme without any checks or balances by our own government. They're letting them just take anybody's account and knock them off.
You may already know this, YouTube's announcement on January 25, how they are going to continue improving their recommendations by eliminating more and more of videos like mine and like videos that an awful lot of people post, videos about the truth.
I know, and we reported it on Saturday. We reported the story. A lot of these stories come in 3 days after we start reporting them, and then people talk about them. That's the way it goes. Deal with it. Accept it. Move on. No, the table is, I'm actually shooting for 2088. The election for 2088, I should win based on the trajectory of our current operation. If we can't break into the mainstream media here in America and we're continually censored in a country that claims to be free and democratic while you sit there and go, I don't know what the problem is, dude. Howie, that's extreme. Yeah. Good luck with that. All I'm saying is that it's time to realize that 2088 is our projected win date. By that time, your children's children will have enough brains in their mind to realize that the only chance they have of survival on Earth is to vote for me. Right now, you're a little bit, unsure of everything, trepidatious, unwilling to make any commitment, and completely brain dead and apathetic. You're not allowed to post things about anything related to Kamala Harris. I'm sorry, did I mute you? I didn't mean to. Sorry. Yep. Don't, unless it's negative, you can't post anything about a person. Yeah, only negative stuff about Kamala Harris or, Howard Schultz and how he likes transgenders. Speaking of transgenders, yeah, what's going on with this guy? The Charles Schumer's wife. Yeah, what's happening here? This is a shocker. Iris Weinschall. We're looking at Iris Weinshall right here in the picture. Let's take a look. She's a diminutive man. I mean, woman. Very, very short compared to, already short. But yeah, we're wondering about this. It's like, okay, so you're married to this dude, woman. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's looking a little weird. Hang on. The look. Weinshap. It's funny that the pictures I had earlier didn't show that. Here she is right here. Now, this is Charles Schumer's wife, Iris Weinshap, whatever. How do you... Yeah, it's just, there's something not right about that. Yeah. Kind of looks like me a little bit. You notice that? Wait a second. Am I Charles Schumer's wife? I don't know. Isn't she a looker? Yeah. Charles! I got my nightie on. I'm ready to get ready for love baking. I don't know. I'm beginning to think, dude looks like a lady. She's a groovy lady, Iris is. She's hanging. She's got that kind of wow, kind of now look. Here's one of her more beautiful pictures. Iris is showing herself off there. I did try to run in 2016, 2012, 2008. Marines for Trump. We don't support Trump here. Yeah. Trump steals my ideas. He gets off on it. He probably, touches himself every time he tries to take my ideas. He's probably, oh, David's had a good idea. Oh, Ivanka, come over here. Rub my feet. Oh. Anyway. The look of... So is Charles Schumer's wife a dude? That's got to be the biggest question of all. And why hasn't Charles Schumer talked about this publicly? Did Chuck Schumer marry a tranny? These are important questions we have to ask. Let's get to the truth here. What do you say? Oh, Iris. Oh, Iris. Let's take a look. There she is. Now, there's a beautiful woman there, looking good. The look of love is in your eyes tonight. Charles Schumer's going to have a romantic holiday with his lovely wife, Iris. That's Iris, yeah. Isn't she a looker? Charles Schumer's holding back the whole thing, Spade. We just want Donald Trump to get $5.7 billion for the stupid fence. And please call it a fence. It's not a wall. You don't put slats so that people can break through with a crowbar up and call it a wall. Only an idiot would say that it's a wall. You got to run? Okay, get ready. Seriously driving to get video in Colorado. It's a very active UFO location. Okay, Blue Raven. Good luck, man. Blue Raven's out of here. He's going to drive down the road and post a map where he's planning on seeing some UFOs tonight. She's a virile-looking woman or a vile-looking woman? She is Iris, ready for action. She's the Action Jackson lady, married to Chuck Schumer. Yeah, she's ready for action. You go, girl. All right, enough of that. Don't get alien probed. The last thing we need is to have you, attacked by an alien. Yeah, baby. Oh, yeah, baby. He's the wife of Mike Myers. That's pretty funny. The picture at the bottom in the center is somebody else? No, it's not. It's actually him. I mean, her. Why do I keep calling Iris a dude? That's ridiculous.
Iris.
Iris is Schumer's wife. You should have seen her. She looks like a dude, but she's a woman, I'm sure. Why would Charles Schumer lie to us about being married to a dude? That's just not... Well, Barack Obama may have lied to us about that. Okay, good thing you just entered.
Didn't press enter like he was going to say something. Then I came in and then I decided not to.
Okay.
Hello, Mrs. Kensington.
This is he did, yeah. There is a direct symbol, like a comparison there. Thank you. That feels so good. Oh, that's so nice.
Hey, Rex.
I'll return the favor. Hey, Rex.
Hello, Austin. Why don't you ever model for me?
There he is, Austin Myers. People compared him to me. Yeah.
No.
All right, I guess I'm going to take off. You're so kind. Okay, let's get you. Equipment owned by the California's 3 largest utilities may have caused the PG&E fire. Maybe not, but they're facing 2,000 fires that have happened over 3.5 years by electrical safety violations. I seriously doubt that. But that's okay. We'll go with that. But they just want to raise the price of your electricity down in California. Yeah. Well, Marines for Trump, I hear you, man. Trump isn't going to have you go down there and kill people. Yeah, but I know you want to, but that's not his directive. Your hair is longer than Sarah's? Really? Wow. What are you a woman?
No, he's just a guy with long hair.
Oh, so he's one of those hippies.
I think.
He's a hippie then, huh?
I think he's a guy with long hair.
Yeah, we don't know what he is. He at one point he was denying he was African American. Now he says he's not African American. Wow. America's been at war for 220 out of 245 years since 1776. Or for 243 years. Let that sink in for a moment. Time's up. All right, you believe how the temperatures are minus 46 degrees tomorrow? That's Fahrenheit, not centigrade. That's worse. It's like probably minus 80 centigrade. Yeah, that's right, hula moolah. I'm prejudiced against long-haired men, too. That was old school. People grow their hair whatever they want. That's fine. At least he can grow his hair. All right, I'm going to get out of the show right now, and I'm leaving. I'm going to pull my container wall down.
Do you have dreads, Miss Anthropy?
Yeah, I dread the idea of him having dreads. Oh, I'm sorry. Minus 70 is... Minus 46 is how much centigrade? Give me an answer on that. David, Jesus had long hair. We don't know that. There are no authentic photographs of Jesus. That's just your supposition. He may have trimmed his hair like with a butch cut. We don't know that. There's been theories that Jesus looked like that. There are also people that believe that Jesus was African American. Excuse me, African, not American. Yeah.
Considering America did not exist at that time.
What do you mean you don't think Jesus had a crew cut? We have no photographs of Jesus. No one knows.
Paintings.
It is not written in the Bible how long his hair was. Howie, you seem to
could have been Howie.
Howie thinks it is. Howie, I'm not here to differ with any of you based on the color of anyone's skin. I would rather judge you on the content of your character. And right now I'm beginning to wonder if you have any. All right, I'll be back. Thanks, Sarah.
Yep, Middle Eastern, true. It's all cool. Do you have a beard too, Miss Anthropy, with your long hair? I'm glad David does not have a beard. That's good. I'm not really into facial hair. At one time I thought I liked people with goatees, but I decided, no, not for me. Oh, interesting. Chinese official responds after Duke University administrator says foreign students should speak English. Yeah, Rex is not T-Rocker. Not that I know of. I'll think about it, Bengalitis. If Rex asked, then I probably would. Bengalitis. But he was getting harassed before I modded him, and then he was getting harassed because I modded him, and then... So that's why I don't really mod people unless they ask to be modded. Thank you. I do love living with David. No, not that I know of, Hula Mula. We're pretty close to a Chinese port, though, so I have heard in the past there were heroin issues, but I don't think that's the case now. Wow. How would believers handle that? That's a good question. 139. I would hope that people would be very accepting and tolerant. A dark Middle Eastern complexion is what Jesus would have you think. You might be right. What is the story about her? Supposedly she's running for office as well. No, not really, Hula Mula. No, I did not. Oh, did I know stamps went up to 55 cents? No, actually, I don't remember. No. But that makes sense. I guess I heard it was coming out. It was going to go up. I don't know. Misanthropy. Maybe there's some admiration or something like that. But yeah, I guess stamps are 55 cents. Oh, I see. Hula Mula. Well, yeah, maybe from behind until you see the front. I'm not really upset about the current public school system. Not where I am at. Maybe the only thing that might frustrate me is the inequality in the public school system. Insofar as some districts are not as privileged as our district to have great teachers and great resources and things of that nature. I know that the district where I live and the district where I work they're just incredible districts. They are so supportive of their teachers and so supportive of their kids, and really they talk about data and they talk about what's best for kids, and that's what completely drives the system, is about what's best for kids and making sure that high school students graduate and helping them graduate, work toward graduation, work toward earning college credit. We have Running Start here, which is a way where students that are doing well academically in high school can actually start college. And so there are students that graduate from our local high school. They actually graduate the same year from a community college as they do from the local high school. So that's really good. Wow. Yeah, Rex, I usually don't let kids get away with that. I always say that Yeah, drink some water if you think you need to go to the nurse's office. I'll send them, but really the nurses there do they have a fever? Are they bleeding and to the point where it can't be controlled by a Band-Aid? And or did they throw up? Burning, barfing, or bleeding. It's really what the nurses are there. School is there to educate students, especially in reading, writing, and math. Yeah, that's pretty interesting, Hula Mula. Oh, yeah, stamps. I don't know if I knew that they were going up to 55 cents, but about stamps, but I'm glad to know they're up to 55 cents. Bah, am I a sheep because I did well in school? I still need to continue. I'm very close. I just need to wrap up my final 2 papers. My final 2 assignments in school. I've kind of been procrastinating on that. Yeah, I kind of did wear a bit of a beanie today. Do I support universal pre-K? Yes, with the amount of... Yes, I do. Mainly because of the amount of what they're expecting kindergartners to do and things like that. So yes, I mean, kindergarten is all day. It used to be just a half a day. Well, because it's like work. Work is difficult for people. School is difficult because it's hard work. You're being asked to do something you're being asked to learn something you don't know, asked to perform. It's definitely hard work. Well, because some people, they want everyone to like them, including their kids, and they don't want their kids to be upset. So I don't know, maybe that's why they don't. 3 hours, you had a meteor sighting over Moscow. It came from nowhere. Orbit's unknown. It's just passed by mid-moon orbit, vanished out of the site detection in less than 5 minutes. And no news is covering it. Well, then you should be learning on your own, Howie. 328 thinks school is a great place to escape from real life. Like, totally. Like, absolutely. Like, you're saying sometimes parents don't compel their children to do anything. And some parents don't compel their children to do anything because they don't want their children to throw a fit and get upset. Do you think all grades? Do you think that about all grades, Howie? From pre-K all the way up through college? Or do you think that a certain level of education is a good thing? Really? I guess they have computers to do that. Man, that's pretty crazy. From 4th grade on was terrible. So before 4th grade, that's pretty good that you can at least learn to read, write, and do basic math. Then after 4th grade, you think it was terrible after 4th grade. That's true. A lot of people start disliking school after 4th grade. Wow. They probably don't even know what average means. Real Magoo thinks Americans should learn more about the Constitution and history. Oh, that's good. We have netbooks, MP3 players, pen drives, iPads. Dad, what did you guys use at school in your days? The dad says, our head.
Did you put the black thing over the window?
Yep. Okay. Oh, and that.
I just turned that little heater on.
That little bag of stuff is some more bird soup seed. I'll get that later. No. Average is when you add up all of the different data points and then divide by how many data points there are. Wow. I file taxes. Sometimes I have to look at the book when checking work, but that's because unless I solve them all, I don't often have to look, but I sometimes do. Yeah, Real Magoo thinks so. Social understanding history is important. I haven't filed yet, Hula Mula. So I will be filing taxes, but I haven't filed this year's yet. I'm so sorry that you hated school so much. .283 says history is now believed to AI changes with the Mandela effect. Maybe the bigger picture of the educational system. I'm glad I'm in a little microcosm. I understand the hula moolah. Well, I actually am not opposed to that, Howie. Given certain intellects. If it's like, what do you want to study and how can I help you learn it? And usually it's not that way. I know it's usually sit prim and proper. You have to learn everything from me. That's the way it's going to be. And a lot of that is about having all those kids in one class and trying to manage all of that. That's true. Go ask your parents, Misanthropy. Howie was probably a gifted student who was never identified, never challenged to learn more deeply. I heard women's razors tend to be sharper because women have to shave their legs, and there's a lot more hair in all their legs than just the amount of hair on your face. So, but I agree that razors should be gender free. Yeah, it's straight razor. I don't know if I could do that. Yeah. Well, the thing with the Little House on the Prairie is then you had to differentiate for each child because they were all at different levels, physically and in education. All right.
All right. You're good.
I know. I'm sorry, Howie, that you had such a bad experience.
With the eggs?
With school.
Oh, with school, yeah. Well.
But that encourages me to actually stay as a teacher as long as I can.
Yeah.
To give as many children a good experience.
Yeah, you're right. A lot of people have been affected by the bad schools that they've been to. Yeah. Thank you so much, Sarah. Awesome. You're awesome for helping out. Thank you. With a cold, no less. The end of the laryngitis.
Yeah, I think I've got one more day.
Yeah. One more day and stay resting and eat lozenges and whatever you can. Yeah, she's amazing. Thank you. I needed that break. She's a good mentor. She's helping people learn. Hey, thank you. Yeah. I got this David Taylor for $5 at the thrift store. And I saw it for $24 recently on eBay. I referred somebody to a link. I don't think you need a recipe for barbecue baked beans. No. All you need is molasses, brown sugar, onion, and some bacon. And tomato sauce. Molasses, brown sugar, onions, bacon, and tomato sauce. Well, yeah, I'm not trying to be like James Dean. I don't want to burn out. I want to fade away. Is it true you got a visit not to talk about the lizard people anymore? No. Nobody ever told me to not talk about lizard people. If you can talk about all the lizard people you want. And today's Truth Tuesday, so truly we haven't seen any of these reptilians and Palladians you keep talking about. I mean, if you could just take a picture with one of your 5.4 billion cameras out there and show us the alien, that'd be great. You had 13 teachers and only 4 were good. I had, looking back, I can't really say how many I had that were good. I can say I had about 7 bad ones. Where did you park the Porsche? Hey, excuse me, man. But my Porsche is over there, and I was wondering if you could direct me to where the valet is. Nobody cares. Women aren't impressed by that anymore. They're more impressed with, how nerdy you look and how many 6-figure income jobs you've been, working in. And that's the problem. Guys think that women are looking for money when women are really just looking for security. So a lot of you guys who are looking to build a life are going to have to come up with a way to do it. And I recommend tiny houses, because I know everybody loves to cuddle up in a tidy house in nice, warm, 0-degree weather. No, I'm never calling a person who is abducted by aliens to be a liar, but I think there are hundreds of thousands of people that are right now debating whether they're being RFID chipped, and I actually believe that that's possible. I totally believe in the possibility that you might be affected by radiation, RF frequency control of your brain. But having an alien stick his finger up your ass, that's hard to believe. That's the part that I'm a little bit hesitant to believe. How far up your ass was the alien's finger, out of curiosity? What do you women have to offer a man, Dave? Yeah, what do women have to offer a man? The whole idea of nesting, they'll look after you. They'll give you a back rub. That's so important in companionship. Back rubs are more important than sex. Believe it or not. We just put a higher priority on sex. You have an alien chip in your skull. I don't doubt that at all. But it may not be alien. It may be Area 52. They're experimenting with chips and implanting them in human beings. Or possibly El Reno in Oklahoma. They're doing RFID chip analysis on prisoners that happen to be held hostage there because they're, drug dealers. There's a theory that Barack Obama released 47 prisoners from El Reno, Oklahoma, because he had shipped them. Now that's a pretty outrageous theory that, he shipped, because all these, they really are doing RFID shipping on these prisoners in El Reno. And it really is interesting to see that Obama might very well have been complicit in releasing shipped drug dealers. Now, can you imagine what shipped drug dealers in the cities of America would do? I am taking my orders to sell 40 kilos to so-and-so in the cartel, and I am hereby, you can only imagine their minds are being hijacked. Not good. Nah, not good at all. Where are my Obama pics when I need them? Come on, Obama. Come on, give me your chip. Barack Obama was chipped. We're pretty sure he has, no, this is true. I'm not making this up. This is emphatic truth. We don't have to talk about his gayness. That's not needed here. That's something we can just look at and go, yeah. Okay, we had a gay president. He admitted now in his book that he's very sexually attracted to his professor. So, but we have photographs of his head that, I know, I just wanted you to look at that for a while. Stare at that look. The look of love with Jay Carney is going down. Yeah, they were probably intimate. I think maybe they, might have even pulled a threesome with Reggie Love. Who knows? Reggie Love was 3 years his body man. Geez, secretly in the Oval Office. Boy, were you lied to. Remind me to put this in the A section under Scars of Obama, a scar. Here's a Obama lookalike. Boy, this guy looks like, wow. He could easily pass for Barack Obama anywhere. Well, let's be clear. You can hug all you want, man. I just didn't give your kid a little kissy. You can even grab your crotch and pretend like you're a woman. I don't care. Yeah, whatever you do in the privacy of your own sick world is your thing, man. No, it's not Photoshop. This is an authentic picture. It's been proven beyond any reasonable doubt that it is not Photoshopped. We have authentic photographs of Michelle Obama's penis flailing in the wind. I don't need to, blow your wad here and, get you all too excited, but yeah, this is not porn. This is your former First Lady.
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Clear the karma. Let's get this thing cleared up here, folks. Yeah, let's get onto a better subject, shall we? Let's go more highbrow here, because I really don't like to talk about, the deception. Yeah, that's really... Am I scared? No, I have no fear of anything. I've already been, accepted into heaven. I'm just here giving you some spare time here on earth. Yeah, I see myself as almost delivering a message to the American people. It's a higher function. Every night, I think the reach I have and the information sharing I'm doing gives me immense pleasure to know that we actually influence the world and even policy. I mean, I've never really calculated this, but I'm the most influential person over Trump's policies of anybody in the country, if not the world, even more so than Russia, because he followed everything I laid out, and he followed it to a T, which is great, except he didn't implement any of it properly, because he doesn't know what it's all about. He doesn't see how the puzzle fits together. Okay, here we have mysterious shapeshifters caught changing on camera. Let's take a look.
How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slapped Ham. From human reptilian hybrids to alien bodyguards caught shape-shifting into their true form.
I can't wait. It's going to be excellent to talk about reptilians tonight, so we'll further discuss this. Okay, well, I'm open. If, I wouldn't be the first to go, oh, whoa, there really are aliens. I would, probably be 27th in line. Whoa, there really are aliens. Whoa. So we'll put that in reptilians here as well. I think I have a section. Are you sure you're not smoking too much weed? I could put you in cannabis. Moon hoax, aliens. I'll put it in aliens as well. We have playlists that give you guys full retail access to everything for free. No charges, no surcharges, no overcharges, all free. Free info sharing at America's Third Party's YouTube channel. Congratulations. You finally arrived. So this is authentic. This is a real, actual bulge. Actually, I don't believe, don't keep repeating your message or I will mute you again. Yeah, don't keep spamming it. Thank you. I would admit that Jackie didn't seem like Jackie, There's certain masculine aspect about Jackie Kennedy. I will admit, I will acknowledge that. Jackie Kennedy's height, for one, was rather tall. I am not the Art Bell, no. I'm far greater than Art Bell. Well, Jackie Kennedy was only 5'7", although she did have manly features. She was a remarkably beautiful woman. So I find it hard to believe that this woman was a dude. I'm sorry. I got far more proof that Michael Obama is. Thank you. Jackie and I were over in Hyannisport, and I asked to get the trussel and make sure that she was properly trusseled so that no one saw her penis. I can't see doing that. No. We visited my mother, and she found out that she was gay. I mean, that didn't happen in the Kennedy family. I'm sorry. I don't believe it. Well, there are 1 in 10,000 in the population are actual hermaphrodites. They have both male and female organs. Yeah. Let's just drop the scrim, okay? Let's get down to what's really happening. We are in the Matrix, and I am delivering a message every single night. Let's get real here, okay? Thank you. Wow. Unbelievable. Could be a man tranny. You tried the track too? Excellent. By far one of the best razors ever made. And I argue that what it does is the 2-blade combo prevent the blades from clogging. And I've talked about the Fusion 5 and the Fusion 4. And I just don't see how I want to spend $17.99 for a razor that's going to, deliver the same thing the Track 2 does. Thank you. I rest my case. Hey, has Barron said anything? I want to see if Barron Trump speaks at all. Barron Trump speaks. Video. Just something he said in the past couple weeks, years.
Wow, what a growth spurt. First boy Barron Trump, who hasn't been seen in public in 3 months, sure looks grown up. He's almost as tall as his 6'2" father. The first family returned to the White House from their working vacation at the President's Country Club in New Jersey. Barron's now sporting new slicked back hair. He wore a white polo shirt buttoned to the top and a pair of sparkling New Balance sneakers, just in time for the first day of school right after Labor Day. Compare Barron from when he walked in the inaugural parade to today. You can see how much he's grown.
Well, does he speak? That's all I want to know. Does he speak? He's on growth hormones or something. It's just so weird. Everything's seemingly so bizarre. Why? He's deaf? Does he speak? Has he said anything? Speaking is so passé. Does he communicate telepathically? Is that how he talks to people? That's like me in the Matrix, communicating to all of you telepathically. It's absurd that we should think of ourselves as humans now that it's been finally revealed that we are all artificial beings. It is absurd to think we are humans now. I am on repeat. Defrag. Beep. Reset. Beep. Hello. I am David. I am from the Matrix. Elon Musk thinks that he says that we're all living in a simulation. I don't think so. They never simulated this world for me. I'm sorry. This is very real. I really think so. I think you're turning Japanese. I really think so. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. You think you're in the Matrix, Mr. Anderson, but you are not in the Matrix. You are simply human, Mr. Anderson. You believe that Zion is somehow going to help you and save you, Mr. Anderson. Foreshadowing, Illuminati control, mind control. But, Mr. Anderson, Zion will not save you. You will be destroyed. Yeah, I really believe that writing my own script for Matrix 4 has been very, very good for me. It's good psychologically, because I never thought Matrix 3 ended right, And I'm not happy with one, David. I would like more than one, maybe even 2 or 3. I'm in charge now. Hey, this has been fun, hasn't it? I'm glad I brought this on because I haven't played any music and I wanted to put exactly what I needed in front of you to get the ball rolling. because this show cannot have a 1-2 hour stint without music. It's impossible. It's just impossible. Yeah, I have to play Mr. Right right now.
You're my Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're my Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. My world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're my Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true.
Okay, so we are back up running along, doing our thing every night. We keep music kind of mellow out your brain, tune down those neurons so they don't get too burned out with all this conspiracy theory stuff that we talk about. Bolton is going against my wishes. I said we need to get out of Syria, and I said I mean it. Now, Donald, if you're listening, tell Bolton we're getting out of Syria. Donald, Bolton, yeah, let's make that happen. I mean, 4 people just lost their life last week because we didn't get out of Syria like I said we should. Now, the U.S. is going to invade Venezuela with 5,000 troops, according to Bolton. Have you seen that? I haven't seen that. Is there verifiable proof of that? I have not seen that. Oh, it never gets old for me. No, I like it. And we close with Can't Stop, and we won't stop at the top of the hour. Yeah, we've also got Are You Ready? And a couple other things in our bag. If you want to, listen to music, we got great stuff Scissor Fight is letting us use, which is great. I know. Wind chills. I just can't believe how bad it is out there. Gosh. Okay, let me get a warm picture on the screen, because I think if you had something warm to look at, you'll feel warmer. If you're especially in the Midwest, cold as get out, man. I can't get over what kind of temperatures you guys are having right now. It's absolutely insane. And I know we got a lot of people like Jackson in Wisconsin. Wow. You're hitting the hardcore cold weather. Yeah, I don't want to show you anything cold. We want warm. How about this? Just a nice warm fire. It'll warm without changing video screens. It'll keep you warm just looking at that. It'll warm the cockles of your heart. Okay, are you making top secret communications here? You're not allowed to do that. All right. I'm sure most of these transpondents are being monitored by the NSA. Yeah, even your IMing is probably being watched. You don't know. You have no idea. So you feel warmer now? Good. Isn't this, and there's no energy loss here. This is the most energy efficient way of staying warm, is to look at flames. Look at flames. All right, let's change that background too. This is getting very disturbing. All right. I guess we could continue talking about the effectiveness of Brexit. So far it's failed. They've voted against it. And Theresa May still has a vote of confidence, though, and that's because everyone's afraid to do anything in that country. They're planning on increasing sanctions? Really? I didn't know that. I had no idea. I was unaware that, we even need to have sanctions on Iran, but apparently Trump is going with the idea that economic sanctions had to be imposed, and he wants a lot from China, so he's using that as a trading position. Not a good idea, in my opinion. I believe that we're probably weakening our trading relationship with China by doing that. Okay, Hula, you still have a link of this troop buildup at the border between Colombia and Venezuela, but thank you. They plan to increase. Well, increasing sanctions against Venezuela is ridiculous. I mean, why are we kicking a country that's already down? Because we want to depose their leader? Is this Saddam Hussein 101 all over again? Yeah, I saw that on YouTube. It's getting a lot of mileage, this book thing about Barron Trump. I'll play all these videos. I don't really care. It fills the hour, and we've got 3 hours, 4 hours of videos at night to fill. It's not easy. But we do play a lot of videos related to modern music that are very informative, fair use and all. Well, I wouldn't doubt Hugo Chavez had some sort of a stomach or intestinal virus that turned into cancer. I wouldn't doubt they killed him. I've heard of that. Yeah, there's supposedly something they can put in milk that'll cause instantaneous cancer in your intestines. And there's another lung cancer injectable that they can do. They can kill you with lung cancer. Lung cancer is one of the most virulent forms of cancer. It'll move from person to person. Yeah, so that could be happening, like with George Harrison. That George Harrison situation was so weird. When George Harrison was attacked, he and his wife were at the castle, and he had already been in remission from lung cancer. And he literally fought for his life and nearly killed in his own castle. Threat secured. Thank you. See, that's good to have threat protection. But yeah, this is just a brief touchdown on what happened then. Attacked, nearly killed in his own home. George Harrison said the Beatles, they used an excuse to go mad, the world did. Yeah, they used us as an excuse to go mad, the world did. Very interesting statement, yeah. A madman attacked Harrison in his own home, nearly killing him. Michael Abram, a 33-year-old native of Liverpool, avoided security by scaling the fence. Yeah, anyway. George confronted Abram, who was screaming at the spiritual beetle with a knife in his hand. The 56-year-old Harrison ran at Abram, tried to tackle him and disarm him. The attempt was unsuccessful, and George was stabbed repeatedly in the chest. George Harrison was stabbed repeatedly in the chest. Meanwhile, Harrison's wife, Olivia, whose mother was staying with the Harrisons at the time, struck Abram with a lamp, causing him to drop the knife. Abram then went after Olivia to try to strangle her with a lamp cord, but she was able to escape. Police arrived 15 minutes and arrested Abram. Paramedics stopped Harrison's bleeding and took him to the nearby hospital, where he's treated for a punctured lung. According to the hospital medical director, some of the wounds were very close to major arteries, which would have been fatal if they had been hit. So having battled lung cancer, he then has this this marauder come in his house and stab him in the lung. After getting into remission, he gets stabbed in the lung. Tell me they didn't want to terminate him with some MK Ultra assassin. That had MK Ultra assassin written all over it. If contrails are caused by freezing temps and exhaust, shouldn't the city of Chicago be one giant cloud right now? Yeah. Good point. That's true, Scissorfight. You saw a big raccoon, a rabbit, and I looked right to the right, and there was a deer right next to your house, huh? Wow. Jacket pockets. That's so strange that they would all be right there. They must have known the cold was coming. I assume you're suffering from the cold. Yeah, stay warm, everybody. Better than a bear, yeah. McCartney and Ringo keep working. They made a deal with the devil. Well, Ringo, I don't know the deal with Ringo, but I can tell you Paul looks more like fall the fake Paul. We've got more than enough evidence to convince us that Paul was actually replaced. The real Paul may have died November 9th, 1966. This is, to me, it approaches fact. But to you, it's just a conspiracy theory. But I've done a lot of research in this area. And it looks to me like Paul McCartney clearly doesn't, his face is not the same face as the original Paul. For one, a detailed study was done by the agency of an Italian forensics agent did a detailed comparison of the two. The experts determined that there was a 66% match between their faces. Now, early Paul is really early. I mean, here's like really early. This is Paul and Dot Roan, a young woman he used to hang out with. But the nose, it's a hard comparison to make on that picture, but the nose is definitely different. The angulation of the face is slightly different, and the separation between the eyes and other facial features. I don't need to go into depth to compare the two, but it is interesting to note that when Paul came back, here's Paul with Jane Asher, the original Paul. When Paul came back, the fake Paul came back to meet Jane Asher. He was no longer involved with her. I believe he got involved then with Linda Eastman, or who then became Linda McCartney, who then later died of breast cancer. Linda Eastman was the daughter, she's a photographer, and she's the daughter of some very famous and rich people who were involved in the origin of the Beatles. The truth is the Beatles were created by Tavistock Institute as a programming tool of mind control. No different than Gaga or other people. These people work for an elitist organization called Tavistock, which has had to replace Paul in order to keep the show going. And they didn't want anyone to, die. So this is from the best of my assessments. Tavistock was doing whatever they could to retain the Beatles for as long as they needed them. There had to be some way of keeping, the message alive. What they needed to do was alter our consciousness and convert us to violence initially in the 60s, then became resignation and apathy. And by creating the illusion of revolution, they were able to install a belief that, the entire world had to move toward peace, and then all of a sudden it became the drug culture and was relegated to a bunch of drug addicts. And I'm young enough to know, and old enough to know, that the peace movement was far more than just a bunch of drug addicts. It was an amazing period in American history. But it was partly due to the Beatles starting it and then transitioning us to the end road where we are today, apathetic, disenfranchised, not interested in anything, indifferent to violence. So it was a process by which they did it, and they used the utility of an organization that came out of Nazi Germany. Tavistock was born in 1946 in the streets of Hamburg. The Beatles were performing just a few miles away in Frankfurt. Tavistock Institute was forming a plan among sociologists and descendants of the Sigmund Freud Neo-Freudian school of psychology, as they developed a tool by which they could use music to alter the minds of the people and then bring forth radicalism and then reactionism, normalization, and then eventually apathy, which we are at today. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, and here's a little clip from the Tavistock thing that we did hear about. A man did speak about it. He was an expert. Here he is.
One of the things you talked to me about the other day was the Beatles. Well, the Beatles were the creation of the Tavistock Institute. And you have to go back to the college days on the writings of Aristotle. And I made a note this morning before I came on this program of what he said about music and its influence on politics. He said, emotions of any kind are produced by melody and rhythm. Therefore, by music, a man becomes accustomed to feeling the right emotions. Music has the power to form character, and the various kinds of music based on the various modes may be distinguished by their effect on character. One example, working in the direction of melancholy, another in the direction of femininity, one encouragement, abandonment, another self-control, another enthusiasm, and so on through the series. And what I discovered was that the actual Tavistock Institute took this theme, and they said, we are going to put this into practice. And well before Theo Adorno, who was the creator of the Beatles, arrived in England, he was already well known to Tavistock, and he was offered a facility at Scotland at Gordonstoun School, where the royalty were educated. And as soon as he landed he had to flee Germany because he's tinkering with the minds of children through music. And he was known as the Karl Marx of music, and his theoretical music of composing music was adapted from another musical radical, a guy called Alban Berg, who had challenged the tonality of contemporary traditional music sounds. And Adorno claimed he was on a higher awareness where every music work he composed, he said, was likely to be difficult to understand and shock people.
Yeah, and now we're finding out Joe Rogan pushes this stuff we're finding out in this room, pushes young children to take hard drugs like DMT and mushrooms that push your consciousness straight into demonic dimensions. Thank you, Germ Rat Pig, for your take on that. He says it's the best crap ever and fixes your life. Wow. Now we know why Joe Rogan is part of the Sacred Cow production team of Alex Jones, or shall we say Bill Hicks, who's playing the role of Alex Jones. We don't know what happened to the original Alex Jones. So you can see the facial comparisons in this picture between Paul and Fall. Paul is closer, to me, and Fall is farther away or something to that effect. Either way, there is definitely a 66% match between their faces. That means that Paul was replaced. And I'm young enough or old enough to remember actually reading about the contest they put out for Paul McCartney to get an impersonation job. You know, anybody who could play him. Turns out this guy, William Shears, Bill Shears Campbell, was the replacement. And that's why all the sounds of the Beatles talk about Billy Shears. In the opening of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, they talk about Billy Shears in the song, the lyric. They are referencing it throughout the entire thing. So, and even during the 60s, they talked about Paul having died, the mystery of Paul's death. And that time it was a rumor, and you can see, well, clearly it was just a rumor. No, actually it was the truth. But they told the truth as a rumor, so it's one way to soften the truth. And a lot of young girls didn't kill themselves because they loved Paul McCartney. He was one of the favorite Beatles of the ladies. And they would have killed themselves if they'd known that the real Paul McCartney had died in a car accident on November 9th, 1966. And the weird part about it is, why would they know 8 months earlier in March to put an impersonation contest together? Well, the answer is, they had a lot of impersonation contests for everybody so they could have duplicate Beatles so that they wouldn't be mobs around when they go traveling. That was what they said. But they had a special contest just for Paul in the Beatle fan magazines. And I remember reading it as a kid. That was one of the ways I learned how to read, was I was reading Beatle fan magazines. So, you're nude right now, Joe? Well, get back in your clothes because it's going to get pretty cold, especially in Coney Island. Yeah, that winter storm's not going west, buddy. It's headed your direction there, Joe. Pretty soon your things will retract in your body and you'll go into meltdown mode. Okay, an ex-DHS employee reveals all in this interview of this coming technology. Wow. This is scary, but, we need to find this stuff out. Yeah, a lot of this conspiracy stuff is just like digesting tough stuff to listen to. All right, we got a 35-minute video about that.
Hey, right now, have called out from work this.
I'm not sure what this is about, but it should be good. An anonymous insider shares what we all may face and how to prepare. Ex-Department of Homeland Security employee tells all she experienced with her declining health working next to 5G technology. Shocking interview on real-world impacts of this coming network that they're placing, the 5G network. It looks to me like this is some sort of a orchestrated takedown of our entire country's communications in and of itself, with the outcome being, we don't know, microwaves? I don't know. Is this even the real Gaga? I don't even know that either. It could have been, there are like 3 Gagas out there. There's this woman, and then there's the woman who did a stage presentation. A fantastic, it was a football presentation. She's a different woman. Gaga. I don't have her right now. Oh, yes, I do. Here's this image of Gaga.
Salvador Dali and MC Escher.
Nice.
You know MC? I love those guys.
Yes, I know who they are.
Okay. What do you want to do with your outfits? Where do they all go? Where does all the creativity go?
They go to that planet GOAT that I was in the Born This Way video, the government-owned alien territory in space. I just sent it.
Okay, so that's Lady Gaga there, too. They look different, There's some differences there in that face. You vote for KFC over Popeyes? Okay, we got a big vote, guys. Everybody started to vote. KFC over Popeyes is getting 1 vote in their corner. I'm glad you're actively politically involved. Yeah, voting for KFC was a good move. Popeyes is not exactly. You vote Arby's now. We have a new input here. Arby's is now getting some. Okay, we're going to take a look at this video here. Okay, now, do you think that these people are the same person? This woman, and this woman. They all look different to me. I don't know what it is, but yeah, they just seem to be different. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a Gaga by the toe. It just seems like different faces to me. Anyway. And yeah, let's talk about Lina Morgana just for a moment. Entire Lady Gaga entire career was built out of being an understudy for an incredibly talented young lady named Lina Morgana. Believe it or not, Stephanie Germanato was the understudy for Lina Morgana. Lina Morgana ended up dying off of the roof of a large building in Staten Island, New Jersey. Yeah, there's bad things happen in New Jersey, Staten Island, But, this is, this is something that many people don't know. And Lina Morgana, her vocal abilities were extraordinary, much more than Stephanie Germanato. Here's early Lady Gaga as Stephanie Germanato.
Our next artist I'm putting this afternoon, Lady Gaga. Give it up for Lady Gaga. And according to her bio, if you read it, and I love this, she's spreading the great tea 1 Gaga at a time. Lady Gaga.
I didn't sign with Sony, I signed with Island Def Jam. So, buonasera. So, my name is Lady Gaga. So, I guess in Italian that would be Senorina Gaga.
Okay, that's her, Stephanie Germanato. Here's her voice, giving you a little sample of her voice.
Right, make it get a little higher. A place where you'll never be.
Okay, that's enough snippet right there. Thank you. I'm not getting like really strong impressions that Lady Gaga was that talented. But then I go to Lina Morgana and I look at her work and I see a completely amazing, and it turns out that a lot of Lady Gaga's early stuff was copied from Lina Morgana. Yeah, here's just a taste of Lina Morgana.
Лишний повод усилить громкость ваших аплодисментов.
Лина Моргана.
Yeah, I get choked up when I play this. I'm going to play it later tonight. Yeah, I don't want to go down a tangent here, but what happened really was Lina Morgana was pretty much the star. And they were together on top of a rooftop, together, she and Lady Gaga. And all they say is, the death certificate says that Lina Morgana jumped off because she was suicidal. Yeah. It was angelic, I know. Ghostly. And I didn't want to play too much of it. I'll play it for later. But man, she had some real good pipes. And to think that this career of Lady Gaga's was built off of ideas that Lina Morgana created 2 years prior, it really gives you a kind of a creepy feeling in your mouth when you think about how these people have exploited our world. And so many people are, sitting at the helm of power who are willing to make deals like this to get ahead and wonder what the heck is this world all about when you got this type of behavior happening. I don't know. All I can tell you is they were the only two together on that roof. And then Lady Gaga, her career took off, and Lina Morgana, she fell down. And now they're making, public service announcements for child abuse of all the people. Joe Biden, check this out.
I'm here with not only a great friend, but a fierce advocate. Lady Gaga has been the voice for people who have been forgotten and people who have been abused. Until it happens to you, well, it happened to her. And she's shown enormous courage. And we want to make it real clear. It's on us, it's on everyone to intervene, to stop abuse when they see it and when they hear about it, to intervene. It's no man has a right to raise the hand of a woman for any reason other than self-defense, ever, period.
And that's not to leave out the men as well.
That's true.
I am a sexual assault survivor, and I know the effects, the aftermath, the trauma, psychological, physical, mental. It can be terrifying, waking up every day feeling unsafe in your own body. But we're here to remind you that it's important to reach out to someone in your life that you can trust, and to know that they will be there to help you. There will be someone to listen. Because you know what? It's on us.
Yeah, I think it is on you, actually. I'm a little concerned that Joe Biden has been, making a lot of children feel uncomfortable in groups and gatherings. Now, Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton are both thinking of running for president, as you know. Hey, the Super Bowl is coming, I know. I can't wait. I can't wait to figure out where I'm going to watch it, One time I did it at a mall. It was great. I just went to a TV set and everyone was watching it at a mall. Sometimes you go to casinos, bars. Yeah, I don't have cable in my house, so I'm assuming. You're not a big New York Viking fan there, New York Viking? Tired of the Patriots? Yeah, I'm tired of them winning. I know. I'd like to see the Rams win this time. I really would, because I'm a big Rams fan from when they were in LA. It's on regular TV. I don't get regular TV. I'd like to watch it at Times Square. I'd have to fly to New York to do it. I don't have regular TV. I just have Netflix and Amazon Prime. That's the only contact I have with the outer world. We both plan on watching the big game, yeah. We want to see it somewhere. But right now I want to show you ritualistic predator behavior by Joe Biden. I want to show you a picture that has everyone wondering and why he said this to this young 13-year-old girl still escapes everybody. Nobody can figure it out. Check this out.
Times when he gently rearranges a young girl's hair and whispers in her ear, then rearranges some more. There's the morning pervy here as he leans in for a kiss.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, come on, slide in here.
So he just said...
Thank you. Maggie, do you want to come over here?
He just said, and I repeat, yeah, and it's a really loud volume. I had to keep it down. By the way, do you want to know how horny I am to have a 13-year-old girl standing next to talk to my daughter Ashley about the film? Okay, so what does that mean? You're a good-looking girl. What does that mean when you walk up to a 13-year-old and say that, Joe? I mean, could we get a definitive answer? And here he's talking about the dangers of... I'm getting a little case of hypocrisy, aren't you? A heavy case of hypocrisy. So I don't believe that Lady Gaga's for real. I don't believe that Joe Biden's for real. Yeah, you know how happy it made him feel to be, and horny. I mean, he said how horny it made him feel to be next to a 13-year-old. I'm not kidding. This has been transcribed. We have proof. I don't know. Why does Scissor Fight use 3s as Z's and 3s as bottoms? Looks like 2s. 3 times 2 equals 6. 1 represents 6, and 3 represents 6, 6, 6. Wow. Maybe you want to talk to, maybe you should ask them about that. They have digital air antennas for $20. I can't get anything. I'm 100 miles away from a broadcast signal. I live out in the boonies, man. I can't get Seattle television. I have to go to some place that picks up cable. You have no idea what it's like to be in the middle of nowhere. Freezing. Well, yes, you do. You're in the middle of nowhere freezing right now. You poor guy. You poor ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, be prepared to have a backup furnace. Oh, sorry. Cuddle when can. Cuddle to stay warm, everybody. Here, this will help you. Just looking at the fire will warm you. I see over the air dead zone. Gotcha. Yeah, I can't get digital TV where I am. If I could, it would be sketchy at best. The look of love is... Yeah, that's pretty heavy. America's been at war for 222 out of 243 years. Wow. Unreal. Okay, let's take a look at the Iran's front page. IFP News. What are we looking at here? This just came in from ATP Bot. Oh, gosh. Most beautiful route in Iran. Yeah. Why do we get these stupid links from ATP Bot? ATP is going to have soup or bowl links? Oh, really? Okay. Web Oasis is a site I have placed on our Cool Rock site. If any of you want to check out Cool Rock, you can.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide.
We bring you a nightly soundscape
of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch Virtual Chat, great music, and interactive news links.
Okay, so if you've never been able to actually have fun playing with a site, you can manipulate everything on this page with your cursor. Everything moves around. It's all connected. If you want to click on our YouTube channel, you can get this right here. You can go to our YouTube channel. We got a lot of broadcasts. Scissor Fights music is right here. And we've got a new thing right here. If you get rid of this ad, it's never an ad, so don't worry about it. This is Web Oasis. Chatroom Celebrity has brought us Web Oasis. And of course, you can watch our chat here and play interactive music with an AI system. All kinds of fun stuff. Place to doodle and have fun with Mr. Doob. I've got that plugged in there. And you can also go down here and watch the news from 3 different sides, perspectives, and check out American history about all of our individual states. Here's the Show Me State. Because its people have a reputation for believing only what they see. Its name is an Algonquin Indian term meaning river of the big canoes. Originally home to a number of Indian tribes, the state entered the Union in 1821. Missouri. So all this stuff is available for you there. But up here, again, if you don't like any of this stuff, you can X out of these screens. No big deal. You don't want to do anything, you can X out of this screen too. Say you just want a blank page, you can do that too. Whatever you want. It's yours to customize. Oh, I think I got rid of the... Oh, there it is. Web Oasis. Check this out. Yeah, apparently this site has utilities that are just phenomenal. Right, I'm trying to find it now. It's got news, links, weather, all this stuff. The main board is not available for some reason. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's maybe they're under a repair right now, but it is a cool site to check out. It's seemingly not popping up for me right now, but that's cool. Yeah, so they should have links to the Super Bowl game. That'll be good. Very good. Thank you. Illinois police arrest Elsa for bringing polar vortex.
Let's start with some definitions here. First of all, what is a polar vortex?
All right, the polar vortex happens every single winter. During the wintertime, it's located near the Arctic Circle. Every once in a while, a piece of the polar vortex will break off. It's kind of the jet stream dives all the way to the south. That is what has happened here, although this is kind of a colder piece than would typically break off. And that's the reason why we have all this cold air spilling south. You can see that counterclockwise flow.
So that implies that there's a weakening of the magnetosphere at the northern pole, which is concurrent with our theory that Russia may very well have manipulated the location of the magnetic north, which again blames Russia for the possibilities that this is a very real possibility. They've been moving for over 20 years. They've been moving uranium from one location in Siberia to another. Many people believe that they are literally creating this magnetic weakness, which is forcing the polar vortex to go south. Makes sense, doesn't it? Or it could be the chemtrails related to this and how it's been imbalanced ever since they started spraying this crap in the sky, which is absurd and ludicrous, beyond belief. It's almost like Satan himself has chosen to desecrate this beautiful planet of ours and let these scumbag rich people who just suck up to money control every aspect of this process. That's what it looks like to me. Whatever the case, we are screwed. So grab your paddles, America. They say February 5th is going to be bad. What's the big event that's going to happen? Will this polar vortex create earthquakes? That's a huge question. Yeah, because when you freeze the lithosphere, it does the same as heating it up in a reverse effect. It's bound to contract or expand. A frozen earth, it expands. Am I right? You're right, Dave. So chances are for an earthquake to be higher and more elevated. Chicken wangs, really? Is it going to be too salty, or are you going to go for kind of a light pineapple papaya taste or something. Just the truth. How do you think we got rich after World War II? We had just killed all the industrialized nations that had been previously competing with us. Yeah, that is the truth, but are we talking about something else now, Simon? But thank you. You're right. Well, I could go to Hooters, but I don't know. Maybe I'd see the game somewhere else. There must be lots of big screen TVs out there. I got about 15 places I can go to. I'm not worried. It should be good. It's going to be fine. Fine, Frank, fine. This is good news. Yeah, the truth about Roundup is finally coming out. A U.S. judge is going to allow controversial evidence in Roundup cancer trials. So some people believe that Roundup causes cancer. I'm one of those people. I know. I don't have a Hooters near me. I have to drive 35 miles to get there. I could go to Hooters. A federal judge overseeing lawsuits alleging Bayer's AG glyphosate-based Roundup, formerly Monsanto's Roundup, weed killer, causes cancer on Monday, tentatively allowed pieces of controversial evidence that the company had hoped to exclude from upcoming trials. This judge, Vince Chambria, said plaintiffs could introduce some evidence on Monsanto's alleged attempts to ghostwrite studies and influence the findings of scientists and regulators during the first phase of upcoming trials. He said documents which showed the company taking a position on science or a study introduced during the first phase were super relevant. Yes, indeed. The company had hoped that the judge would take a harder line on such evidence following January 3rd order by Chambria, restricting evidence of corporate misconduct. At the time, the decision lifted Bayer's shares nearly 7%, so it's going to affect Bayer's significantly. Monsanto had argued much of this evidence was a sideshow that would only distract jurors from the scientific evidence. Plaintiffs' lawyers contended some evidence of corporate misconduct was inextricably linked to their scientific claims, and they made that point, and the judge agreed. The judge appeared to agree with them, saying it was difficult to draw the line between scientific evidence and allegations of corporate misconduct. Anyway, I think the parties are going to be in for a big, wild, amazing wake-up call. That Monsanto knew all along that their glyphosate can cause cancer. It's a chelator. It strips paint off of metal. I mean, you can literally pull hardcore lacquer that's been sitting there for 40 years off a metal pipe with Roundup. It would cost me a lot. Plus, I'd need protection from all the women and their bodies. They'd be bumping up against me. If I went to Hooters, I'd have to have buffers to keep the women from touching me. Just to get through the line, you have to run into 3 or 4 women. Was I a good athlete in school? Yeah, of course. I was the only guy that scored any points in basketball. I had a really good eye. I even didn't play basketball for 20 years, and I went to an Ace Hardware, and there was a basket, a regulation distance, and they said if you could throw 3 free throws and get them all in, you get I think it was like a 15% discount at Ace. It was kind of a promotion. So I stood there, and I hadn't thrown a basketball in 20 years. And I shot all 3. I swished them. Sarah can corroborate that. After not throwing a free throw for 20 years, I swished 3 straight up. That alone tells you what kind of an athlete I am. Okay? Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't really want to denigrate women at Hooters and talk about their bodies when I'm watching top-of-the-line video. You know that the Super Bowl will not allow a vaccine commercial to be played. And we played it last night on our show. It was pretty intense. They refused. It's an anti-vaccine commercial that was developed for the Super Bowl to play in a top $500,000 spot. Those 30-second spots cost $500,000 to $1 million. And this vaccination commercial I thought was very relevant. But they wouldn't allow it. They don't want anyone to question vaccines or their efficacy. They want everyone to be mindless sheep and just, accept the Gold Globes Award. They actually force vaccinate people right on camera. This New World Order is not to be taken lightly. They will implement every horrible thing, including forced inoculations, if we don't mobilize to protect our country politically. Am I a lawyer? No. Should I be? If you need a lawyer, I can help you. Just send me an email. I'll have my lawyer serve you. He's good at serving people. Dancing girl, I want to be your only dancing girl. Da, 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 da. For some reason, it has eluded me. Huh. Interesting. The guy out in Ground Zero is out there working hard in the territories of Arizona, and he has identified the area of the border that is leaking illegal aliens. Yeah, so here's Ground Zero. He's got a little video here.
Or now inbound. Mixed in with asylum seekers, you're going to have a whole lot more of these guys. These aren't asylum seekers.
He's got video and photographs of all these
Think
people
about that.
coming
Now,
over.
Where did all the caravan go when they said they went away? They came right here. The majority of them.
Yep.
We saw a massive increase. Border Patrol got pounded. When they said the caravan went away, Lukeville, Ajo got slammed. Go look at their numbers, talk to their agents. CBS just reported. Okay, we saw an increase in this area where you have no wall on the Mexican Highway 2. We saw an increase of 12,000 in 2018. It was up 12,000, 52,000 apprehensions. This isn't an area where we are depleted. We have less than 10% of the BP force we actually need as an agents to lock down this highway.
Right.
The caravan just came up through here. That's why we had a massive influx of these guys. And we were on the ground. We were intercepting asylum seekers and children being trafficked. Over 50. Remember that. This is the Mexican Highway 2. I want you guys to understand, you have so many more coming up. We're just in a cycle. Everyone keeps talking. No one's out walking. You have another major caravan coming up. This is your Mexican Highway 2. Over 90 miles of no wall. Trucks moving in and out. You go down there right now and you count how many Border Patrol agents you see out there. This whole area, all they're going to do is take that Highway 2 and hit us right there where we got no wall. You guys want to get out here, contact us. We are boots on the ground.
Austin would have dozens to hundreds of seizures every single day. None of the prescriptions would work. One pill almost killed our son.
Okay, this is the ad right there. I'll play it for you in a second. This was kicked off the Super Bowl. Yeah, I could see, every single write-in ballot, there's 32 write-in candidacy forms that we have to fill in. And every single one has a filing fee. So if you incur that, I'll be glad to cover your, basically I will pay the postage mailing it in. And I'll even send you a copy if you want. Sure. Just send them to me. In order to be legitimately voted in as a write-in candidate, there are 32 states that require our signatures, my signature, and I'm not going to incur the cost of the fee, if that's what you're saying. But if you want to incur the cost of the fee, I'll certainly sign the paperwork on each one that comes in. Absolutely. That's a good partnership, and it'll certainly give you a very good position in my eyes for moving forward with us. If you want to do the hard work, there's 32 states that require it. Each Secretary of State requires a separate letter, and you have to go through the filing fee process. Get me the form, we'll fill it out entirely and mail it to that location, and then you can then have a copy sent to you. Sure, for your records. Yeah, Oklahoma doesn't allow write-ins. What's your state? There's supposedly 9 now that don't allow write-ins. I should incur the cost? Oh, I see. Each state is different, and it's going to cost quite a bit. The filing fee, I was going to make that a donation basis to be a part of our show, or rather to be a part of our effort. I was going to say, if you want to qualify for the state, but you're incurring the cost, let's take it state by state. If you want to initiate an email with me, we'll go with the first state and see what the cost is. We have a certain amount of money we can incur as part of our expense, but if 32 states could add up to $3,200, I don't have that. We barely have 3,000 in our trust for this election, and that's only because we've been very careful with every dollar. I think it's not even 3,000 at this point, but that's where we can go. Take each state as it comes. If you want to start with one, I can't possibly stop the growth of a political movement if it starts this way. I want to encourage it. Of course I'd sign it. Yeah, 32 states require me to be petitioning to be on the ballot in their state. I have to fill out the necessary paperwork, mail it in. Yeah, so if it's a $100 filing fee in some cases, I really don't want to incur that. But it'd be interesting to know. There are supposedly 9 states that don't require it, supposedly, that don't acknowledge write-in ballots. That's what we heard last night. Let me see if that comes in. Okay, here, I'll give you a link to the Washington Post. This is the best article you can look at here to get an idea of the states involved. I'll give you guys that. There you go. This is a conundrum because the write-in candidacy is very difficult now, and it requires a lot of initial paperwork just to get people to write my name in. No, I don't consider Schultz a threat. He attracts LGBTQ votes and pulls them from the Democrats. That's actually a good thing. That weakens the Democratic Party's position considerably. And he attracts gun right votes, which will weaken the Republican Party. So I welcome Howard Schultz to run as an independent. Just don't call it a third party, because I've been building this for 10 years. And I have America's Third Party. We control @Third Party at Twitter. But look at this these states, no prior filing is required for write-in candidates. So if you are in Vermont, New Hampshire, Oregon, Wyoming, Iowa, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Rhode Island, DC, Alabama, or Mississippi, you can write my name in and it will count. Write in anyone. The limits on the write-in candidates are here in these states. 32 states require, in the yellow, me to file individual applications to qualify. And there's no option for write-ins in 8 states. Nevada, South Dakota, New Mexico, Arkansas, South Carolina, Oklahoma, Louisiana, and Hawaii. So I'm going to lose these states if I'm a write-in candidate. If I'm on the ballot in these states, I wouldn't lose them. But these are the states we'd want to target to get on the ballot. Nevada, South Dakota, New Mexico, Arkansas, South Carolina, Oklahoma, Louisiana, and Hawaii. Anyway, that's the link is the most helpful I can give you. Anyway, this is a nonstop task to just get past this barrier. This barrier wasn't in place 8 years ago. Now requiring 32 states to petition to be on the ballot is a much bigger barrier, unfortunately. Right, I bet you would throw me a fundraiser dinner. I can't travel. Unfortunately, the situation's become so dangerous for me to travel. I can't even go to visit people. Yeah, I've become kind of a somewhat of a recluse insofar as if I leave, I don't have any security at all, and I can't meet with any of you because I can't verify your existence. We used to travel all the time, but now it's become with 1,000 death threats, and I got one tonight on the phone. We don't know where they are or when they're going to strike, so we have to be always vigilant and ready. And I don't want to travel to a place that I can get my head blown off. This effort is too great that I put in so far for me to actually risk my life without proper security forces around me. But thank you for trying to get a fundraiser going. I can do a live simulcast from your fundraiser with Skype, and we can talk to your group on a TV if you want to hook it up. But I can't travel there. We have internet capability. We can do a lot. The thing is, our country doesn't have any vocal mouthpiece for alternatives to being sprayed with chemicals, genetically modifying our food. There's no vocal political group except us that's going to stand up for our rights to $15 an hour wages, other than the Democrats pushing for that Republicans to somehow agree to a minimum wage change. I've got a great idea to stimulate the country to get people to get a $15 an hour wage by hiring or giving 2% loans to U.S. businesses, hiring U.S. citizens at that living wage. So there are alternatives coming out of this group that make sense to bypass the two-party system with good ideas. And that's going to be a part of it, the creativity necessary to extricate ourselves from this horrible financial dilemma that Trump has laid out for us. Now, if Trump was not working for Russia, he certainly has done a good job convincing me that he is working for Russia. He's systematically overbilling our government. $1 trillion we have to draw just to cover his financial overspending for 1 year, $1 trillion each year. And to put it simply, he cost us another $5 trillion in tax revenue from rich people. The tax breaks to the rich is going to cost $5.5 trillion over a 5-year period. Over a 10-year period. It's absolutely disturbing that we're going to lose all that revenue. So converging, if they're trying to destroy our economy and stopping our economy for a few weeks and starting it up and then stopping it again, Russia's doing a damn good job of controlling Trump and eventually destroying our country. Yeah, so, we need a third party more than ever before, and it's never ever been this imperative that we start thinking about the people. Because the world's leaders and the country's leaders, they're more in lockstep with the New World Order. They're not thinking about the people. Our leaders right now are mostly thinking about themselves. That's what makes them ineffective. They're mostly looking out for their personal gain. That's what makes them so useless to the people. They want to put a feather in their cap like Donald Trump. And of course, it's about 12 or 13 families that run the world, that have power over our country. We let them have power through the Federal Reserve. Our best shot is to have an honest man as president to stop these people in their tracks and not cater and kowtow, even if I have to lose my life doing it. It's far better, because what we're headed toward right now, you wouldn't want to live through. What we're headed for is a dystopian future run by a totalitarian police state, using all the tools of cybernetics, human monitoring, tracking. It's absolutely a nightmare. We'll be in prison, all of us, and our children will be in prison forever and ever in some sort of a dystopian lock matrix that they have created for the human race. I'm not trying to freak you out, but yeah. Hey, I'll play this 1-minute vaccine commercial out the door after we play our out the door video or music called Can't Stop. All right. Hey, thanks for coming in. We'll be back tomorrow night. We've got videos till 2, though, tonight. Wasteful Wednesday will be kicking off at 5 o'clock. Yeah, it'll be a prison planet, exactly. So I'm just as concerned as all of you, especially since we've grown up together over the past 10 years, learning about this New World Order and the Illuminati and all of the threats of bioterrorism that are going on right now that we don't even know about. We're pretty much in the dark. These people have a big game plan to destroy 90% or 95% of the human population. If they're going to force vaccinate us, create a pandemic, destroy our environment with Tesla-like weapons, you name it, they've got it. And they're not going to not use it. If they can have the mode and the operandi, the capability, modus operandi, they will actually engage. And they have no need for us because they can replace us with robots. Always keep that in mind. That's what makes us even more disturbing. Yeah, we're no longer needed to be the people paying their bills. They would rather not pay anybody anything and just use robots to operate the world that they want to live in. All right, another great recorded show. Thank you, everybody. See you later. Can't stop and we won't stop. We'll keep it up. Keep up the faith in a third party. Take care.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop.